And here it is, ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is, ding dong. Apologies for the late start, by the way. Difficult as it may seem to believe, I do actually have a live in between these sessions. So live took place and took priority first, but nevertheless, better late than never. The session commences, your company is required. That thing that happens every single day. Did it happen twice a day today? I wonder. I'm not even sure if we have. I have to do a check to see just how many videos I have on YouTube. At any point in time, there must be somebody watching one of my videos. I've got just so many of them. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the member is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. madika ya bika kwa namno wow. Ana mekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy song from the eastern parts, the Igbo people, more Igbos, the Igbo people. So those are the people you heard singing just then, the Igbo people. So holy, just a bit of protocol before we get into reading out the headlines. As you're coming in, please make sure you're clicking on the like button. And so let me smarten up a bit. Don't get the ladies too excited. Not that we have that much of a female followership on the platform. As you're coming in, click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, then correct that immediately. The subscribe button should be showing red on your screen. And then if you want to come and join me in a conversation on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, and click on the hyperlink at your discretion if you want to come join me live on screen. Without subsidy, petrol will cost 462 naira per liter and NPC. So a lot of people are actually thinking maybe we should just go there because the price of that subsidy is certainly proving to be more expensive than the price without it. They're telling us that they are subsidizing. They're telling us that they're subsidizing about 98 million liters of million per day. So that's how much. And the estimation of the Nigerian usage is no more than 40 million liters. So really, a good 50-something, nearly 60 million liters per day being stolen from Nigeria. And if you add that subsidy to it and they smuggle it over the border, they quadruple their money. So if you remove that subsidy and let the market play out as it plays out. So I had traditionally been against the removal of that subsidy, but it's looking increasingly the case that it is not sustainable. OBI-DATTI reacts to alleged violation of Electoral Act. So there it is. We find out exactly what's going on there. Nigeria to pay $496 million to settle Indian firms' claim over Ajaokuta steel. So that Ajaokuta has been an albatross around the neck of the Nigerian state pretty much for all of my own life, certainly, and I'm no spring chicken. So it's been an albatross around the life of the Nigerian state for as far back as I can recall. There are stories around this about this particular space under the Babangida regime, under the Abacha regime, under the Obasanjo regime. So Ajaokuta, they've been selling it, buying it back, using it to loot, and it has not produced 1 nil. For the nearly $80 billion that has been spent on that space, it has not produced 1 single nil for the Nigerian industrial space. So here is another scam that is costing Nigeria $500 million. Nigeria to pay 460, Nigeria to pay $496 million to settle Indian firms' claim over Ajaokuta steel. So everybody just goes to collect in Nigeria, essentially what the narrative is. Presidency, Senate moves against same faith ticket. So that is that space now, the Tinubu space, Muslim ticket and all that. We thought it had died a natural death, but alas, it still seems to be simmering in the ethos, in the background. Lawmakers propose bill to stop same faith ticket. So I will read one of those headlines and abandon the other one because obviously they are pretty much the same thing. Why should I steal public money when I'm richer than President Biden? Is the Anambra state governor, of course, former. He's now making that boastful stance. So I wonder what the difference is between that and Obasanjo telling Ogun State that he's richer than them. Not Obasanjo. Why do I keep conflating? Why do I keep confusing Tinubu's name with Obasanjo? So is this any different, though? I intended to say from Tinubu's comment that he is richer than Ogun State. Why should I steal public money when I'm richer than President Biden. That's Peter Obi. And Tinubu, when he was being accused of installing a governor in Ogun State or Osun State or whichever state it was, that he installed the governor to loot the state, Tinubu then just dismissed them out of hand, that I am richer than your state 10 times. And this is exactly what Peter Obi is saying as well. So I wonder if the same reaction to that, I doubt it. Our 2023 election between Atiku, Tinubu, 2023 election between Atiku, Tinubu, Peter Obi can't win. Patrick Oba-Higmo. So you all know him. That one with the grammar. That one is Sinkotiki Stokotoko. You know the one that talks. I'll actually see if I can find a clip of him. If you made this speech somewhere, I'll see if I can find a clip of him making this speech. 2023 because it's always good copy to listen to. 2023 election between Atiku, Tinubu, Peter Obi can't win. Patrick Oba-Higmo. Patrick Oba-Higmo, you all know him, the Edo man with the funky drama, with not well, and the grammar as well, the funky drama and grammar, but certainly funky grammar. India overtakes United Kingdom, now world's 5th largest economy. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. Once upon a time, in that independence phase, the anticipation was that Nigeria will be the first country to break through, leaving aside all these now Asian tigers. But India, they've completely left Nigeria for dust. India overtakes United Kingdom, now world's 5th largest economy. So quite what that means and how they've arrived at that, we find out shortly. So a rich and diverse menu, always the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like and click on subscribe. And if you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So I'm looking forward to a humdinger of a session. So come humding with the platform. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
I don't know. Oh, yes, that looked a bit funny. So there it is right there. That means may death have nothing to do with us. If you don't understand Yoruba language, that is the literal translation of the prayer that song purports to preach. May death have nothing to do with us. and so say all of us. A big amen to that. So, Ikuko Niriwagbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Without subsidy, petrol will cost 462 naira per liter and NPC. Without the federal government subsidy on premium motor spirit PMS, the pump price of the fuel, sorry, let me take that again. It's badly written. That's why I'm stuttering. Without federal government subsidy on premium motor spirit PMS, the pump price of the fuel, which have been costing consumers sorry, let me take that one more time. It is badly written, so I have to edit it as I'm reading it. Without federal government subsidy on premium motor spirit PMS, the pump price of the fuel, which have been costing consumers, would have been. Sorry, I'll take that one final time. Without federal government subsidy on PMS, petroleum motor spirit, the pump price of the fuel would have been costing consumers 462 naira per liter. The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, has said. In a statement issued on Sunday, Gabardine Mohammed, the spokesman of the company, stated that President Mohamed Buhari's administration is currently paying 297 naira per liter for the 68 million liters of fuel being consumed daily. NNPC Limited also notes that the average Q2 2022 international market determined landing cost was 1,283 MT dollars, that is, and the approved marketing and distribution cost of 43 liters. The combination of these cost elements translates to retail pump price of 462 naira per liter and an average subsidy of 297 naira per liter and an annual estimate of 6.5 trillion naira. The statement partly reads, this revelation comes in the wake of attempts by the President Buhari regime to remove petroleum subsidy. Last November, Mr. Buhari's regime said it would remove fuel subsidy by June this year and provide deserving Nigerians with a 5,000 naira monthly transport allowance, which the NLC described as comical. Last March, however, the regime suspended the subsidy removal due to pushback from citizens and to avoid consequences in the 2023 general elections. The Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, in August, disclosed that President Mohamed Buhari has set June 2023 as the date for the removal of the fuel subsidy. Mr. Buhari's new deadline for removing fuel subsidy will be a month after he hands over power to his successor in May 2023, leaving the new leader to deal with any backlash and commotion that may follow the decision. So there it is right there. So it's poor decision making all the way through and fraud as well. So you'd have thought that the best moment to remove fuel subsidy will be March. So the best moment to remove fuel subsidy will be March 2023. So by March 2023, the elections would have come and gone, and Buhari will still have a couple of months, a month or two in office to take the backlash because he has nothing to gain or lose anymore. So he's gone already. So whatever backlash against that removal is vested on his administration. And by the time in 3-4 months' time that the new administration then takes full charge of the country would have settled into whatever position it has settled into off the back of the removal of the fuel subsidy. But then, of course, it's setting that as a landmine for the incoming administration. It's poor decision making, of course, and sabotage. But then, of course, when has Buhari ever been known or noted for making decisions or making good decisions, I should say? OBI-DATTI reacts to alleged violation of Electoral Act. So now let's now find out what the latest installment is in the never-ending saga that is the Peter Obi space. The OBI-DATTI media office has responded to the alleged violation of the Electoral Act levied by a group of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let's take that again. The OBI-DATTI media office has responded to the alleged violation of the Electoral Act levied by a support group of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, dismissing it as desolate and baseless. The support group of Tinubu Shetima had allegedly called on the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to dismiss the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Mr. Peter Obi, and his running mate, Ahmed OBI-DATTI, from the 2023 presidential election for allegedly violating a section of the Electoral Act on election funding. So I think this is wrapped around that space. And I think somebody actually on this platform was just hinting at it. Maybe just, it might well have been collateral. Somebody was hinting at it that it's against the electoral laws of Nigeria for elections or a candidate to be sponsored by a foreigner. And as we know, Peter Obi is all over the West canvassing for money with a begging bowl. So all of those people, they may well be Uchenna and Emeka, but the passport they carry is American and British and European. So they are foreigners essentially, which flouts that law. So I think essentially that is where they're going to with that. So let's take that actually from the top again, having that knowledge at the back as a backdrop. The OBI-DATTI media office has responded to the alleged violation of the Electoral Act levied by a support group of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, dismissing it as desolate and baseless. The support group of Tinubu Shetima has allegedly called on the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to dismiss the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Mr. Peter Obi, and his running mate, Ahmed OBI-DATTI, from the 2023 presidential election for allegedly violating a section of the Electoral Act on electoral funding. OBI-DATTI, whilst laughing off the allegations, said the ruling party candidate has suddenly become jittery against a so-called structureless party that is only known for its social media presence. All of a sudden, the structureless and social media candidates are now the headache of the ruling party, that they now had to fabricate and imagine things they want the Electoral Commission to act on. Obi's successful trip abroad, which is ostensibly to sensitize and, Obi's successful trip abroad, which is ostensibly to sensitize and carry along Nigerians abroad on his upcoming agenda of rebuilding the country, is open and transparent and not fundraising. So it is not fundraising, but somebody sent me a clip. Actually, somebody sent me, it's not even a clip, but somebody sent me an image on Instagram, which would then tell you, let me just see if I can find it. I think it might well have been, I'm not going to tell you who sent me it, but let me see if I can find it. Then you tell me if it's on a fundraiser or not. Let me just see. Just bear with me one moment. So they are telling us now that it's to sensitize or whatever it is, whatever gobbledygook that was said. But let me see if I can find this. Okay. All right, there it is. Can I make this bigger? Let me see if I can make that bigger. Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. I've got it. So yes, where's that paragraph again? Obi's successful trip abroad, which is ostensibly to sensitize and carry along Nigerians abroad on his upcoming agenda of rebuilding the country, is open and transparent and not fundraising. So hold on to those two last words, and not fundraising. So now you look at this image on your screen now and tell me if OB is on a fundraiser or not. It's just the fraud, the fraud in the tonality. But then, of course, okay. Okay, so tell me if this is a fundraiser or not. I hope you can see it. It is encircled in red. So that's the registration required. So this is OB in some space in America. I think this might well be in Atlanta or something. So the general public are to pay $250, VIP to pay $1,000, and executives to pay $5,000 and upwards. So there it is right there. Scan QR code to purchase tickets. So there it is right there. But it's not on a fundraiser, but from 200, that is more than the $250 will buy you 5 Kanye West tickets, concerts, but it's not on a fundraiser. So there it is, the fraud of it. But there it is, though. This is the expectation of that space. So let's carry on. OB's successful trip abroad, which is ostensibly to sensitize and carry along Nigerians abroad on his upcoming agenda of rebuilding the country, is open and transparent and not fundraising. But we know why it is discomforting for some people, because they cannot meet Nigerians in diaspora, knowing that they contributed to their leaving the country in the first place. We have always said it umpteen times that their own understanding of structure is the abundance of looted funds in their kitty that they plan to deploy on hungry Nigerian voters during the election to sway their votes. They know nobody has the kind of stolen money they have and are always uncomfortable at anything suggesting to them that their opponent could match them. Obi did not go to beg for money, but to sell himself and his mission to Nigerians outside the shores, who are critical stakeholders in the Nigerian project. So let's pause for a moment. So Obi is traveling all over the world, from all over Europe, all through Canada to America and everywhere in between. So he's going to speak to Nigerians in diaspora, but why? But why? So there's one argument that is going to speak to them for their sphere of influence back home. That is to say, the people that they send money home to and they have control of. So there is that one argument, but the more viable, the more credible, the more realistic argument is that it's on a fundraising, because the election, the presidential election is not beans, as they like to say in Nigeria. It's not a cheap affair. It's not something that you can just do off the back of a wing and a prayer. So you need serious money to prosecute a presidential or even any form of election. Or be a wealthy man, but certainly not wealthy enough to sign the check for a serious presidential campaign. And this is what is going around the diaspora to canvass for. All those ego lawyers, doctors, accountants in England, Germany, Canada, America. He's going to raid their wallets. That's just what he's done. That's what he's doing. So we all know this. So quite why, but then of course that flouts the law. So and Obi a verilous lawbreaker, and I think we all know that, and we've established that. So he's trying to now obfuscate, to deviate his agenda. So that's that. Let's carry on. Since June 2022, when they deployed a lump of their loot to get the ticket of their party, the nation's currency crashed and still battling for breath. And since then, they have been mopping up foreign currencies ahead of the election to buy voters. According to the media office, Obi and his running mate are knowledgeable enough to know the law and operate within it, and who became what they are financially, politically, and socially, doing legitimate businesses. So they are claiming, I'm not quite sure, nobody even knows the backdrop of OBI-DATTI. So how did he make his money? They are telling us that, what are they even telling us? That he owns a university in Abuja at the age of 40. So how is that viable? How is that feasible within the Nigerian space without corruption? And of course, if you look at his name and you look at his pedigree, and that is just the identical of the looter space in Nigeria. So he, a very lost looter, according to the, I'll just give you the paragraph again, and then, okay, I'll give you a couple more paragraphs and then we abandon it. According to the media office, Obi and his running mate are knowledgeable enough to know the law and operate within it, and who became what they are financially, politically, and socially, doing legitimate businesses. So Obi, certainly, we know how Obi does legitimate businesses, of course. So, and that is factual to every one of the running mates and every one of the contestants. And so that is factual to every one of the contestants, because they are all financially, politically, and socially legitimate. But that is not the overall description of all of them. So they all have legitimate businesses, but most of them, if not all of them, made their money illegitimately. They have no bullion van history of questionable wealth and are ready and willing to be scrutinized. But are they ready or willing to be scrutinized? Because we've tried to scrutinize them on this platform, and if you see the size of the bricks that they throw in the direction of our heads, just as OBI-DATTI's background and antecedents are verifiable, so also is their sources of income before and now unambiguous and auditable. OBI-DATTI reached where they are today in this 2023 journey, giving no shishi to anybody, because they are investing in the suffering Nigerians impoverished by the greedy leaders. So let's just leave that there. It's getting somewhat convoluted. I think we get the gist of what's going on there. So let's get the gist of this as well. Nigeria to pay $496 million to settle Indian firm Indian firm's claim over Ajaokuta Steel. The Nigerian government says it has agreed to pay $496 million to settle a multi-billion-dollar claim by Global Steel Holdings Limited over the control of Ajaokuta Steel Company. Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, said the federal government will pay the company $496 million instead of the $5.258 billion demanded by the firm to settle the dispute. The deal was reached under the Alternative Dispute Resolution Framework of the International Chamber of Commerce, said a statement by Malami's spokesperson, Omar Gwandu. The dispute followed the federal government's revocation in 2008 of an agreement that handed over control of the steel works and the National Iron and Ore Mining Company to Global Steel Holding Limited, an Indian firm. In cancelling the deal, the Umar Yar'Adua administration said the terms of the concession at the time were not favorable to the country. The steel company, located in Kogi State, was conceived to serve as the pillar of Nigeria's industrialization. It was built by the Soviets between 1979 and the mid-1990s, but has never produced steel as the project was never completed. It was also mismanaged. The government said the seeds of the dispute can be traced to 5 contracts entered into between 1999 and 2007 that gave the complete control over the Nigerian steel space to one company, Global Steel Group. So let's just pause for a moment, because there are several layers of fraud going on here. So that deal would have been superintended by Atiku Abubakar, who was in charge of that space for the Nigerian state. So he was in charge of that privatization. He and El Rufai at the time, who was a functionary in that privatization space, they were in charge of that space. So this is going back to Atiku's management or lack of skills again. The government said the seeds of the dispute can be traced to 5 contracts entered between 1999 and 2007 that gave complete control over the Nigerian steel space to one company, Global Steel Group. The Justice Ministry said the decision to terminate the contracts by a new administration in 2008 was taken contrary to legal advice by the Federal Ministry of Justice, which cited the termination cost in the form of damages. It said had the government waited for 55 days, the pact would have terminated lawfully and the government would have collected more than $26 million from Global Steel. This was because the firm appeared unable to pay the first tranche for the Ajaokuta shares before the first anniversary of the agreement, the statement said. So pay attention to that. And this is a story. This is a cautionary story of life, by the way. So they sold that company. Atiku cut that deal, and he took his dollars from the Indians. But they had to pay, of course, to buy Ajaokuta Steel. But all the indications were that they were not able to pay for even the low price that Ajaokuta was sold to them for. So they were not able to pay, and the payment was due 55 days after Yar'Adua terminated that contract. So had Yar'Adua waited for 55, and it was advised, by the way, so had Yar'Adua waited for 55 days for that payment to be due, and the Indians not able to pay, which they were not, then rather than the country now paying them $500 million in damages, they would have actually had to pay Nigeria $26 million for not being able to honor their contractual obligation. So do you just see 55 days has cost Nigeria $500 million? This is the story according to Abubakar Malami. So you have to add, according to Abubakar Malami, of course, because he just talks nonsense most of the time. He's probably just justifying the deal he cut with the Indians to rip Nigeria off for $500 million. Is cutting the other deal, by the way, with Nedunwoko, but it's kicking this one off. So this is his pension plan paying off now. The dispute followed the federal government's revocation in 2008 of an agreement that handed over control of the steel works and the National Iron Ore Mining Company to Global Steel Holdings Limited, an Indian firm. In cancelling the deal, the Umar Yar'Adua administration said the terms of the concession at the time were not favorable to the country. The steel company, located in Kogi State, was okay. We've read all that. The government said, all right, we've read all that as well. Let's take it from this paragraph. The Ministry of Justice said the decision to terminate the contract by a new administration in 2008 was taken contrary to legal advice by the Federal Ministry of Justice, which cited the termination cost in the form of damages. It said had the government waited for 55 days, the pact would have terminated lawfully, and the government would have collected more than $26 million from Global Steel. This was because the firm appeared unable to pay the first tranche for the Ajaokuta shares before the anniversary of the agreement, the statement said. This failure would have given Nigeria a right to over $26 million as liquidated damages under Clause 12 of the Ajaokuta Share Purchase Agreement. Global Steel, in consequence, took the federal government to the International Chamber of Commerce, International Court of Arbitration, Paris, commencing arbitration in 2008. Although the federal government negotiated a settlement in 2013, the previous administration failed to implement its settlement agreement, the statement said. In 2020, Global Steel threatened a resumption of the arbitration and announced an anticipated claim in damages of over $10 to $14 billion against Nigeria. The government said it agreed to pay $400 million to settle the case once and for all after engaging PwC Nigeria to do a comprehensive review to ensure taxpayers were protected. With this development, the statement said, the Malam Buhari administration has now rescued the steel industry from interminable and complex disputes, as well as saving the taxpayers from humongous damages. The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice grappled with the inherited problem by adopting a blueprint of 7 principles for the cost-effective resolution of contractual disputes wherever they occur. They are the use of institutional mediation, choice of FGN counsel, the use of financial advisors with reputational capital, the importance of not discouraging foreign investment, fiscal responsibility, transparency, and the recognition that joined-up government produces superior outcome, Mr. Gwandu said. So there it is right there. Amalam speaking grammar. So there it is right there. So that is the Ajaokuta still now back in the Nigerian fold. But what becomes of it? This moribund, another administration will just come in. They should just sell it off to a Nigerian, sell it off to Dangote. He seems to be the only Nigerian capable of running anything. All right, so on to this, which is the headline story. Lawmaker proposes bill to stop same-faith ticket. The lawmaker representing Kogi West Senatorial District, Smart Adeyemi, has proposed a bill to prevent same-faith ticket of either Muslim or Christian for president and vice presidential seats by any political party after the 2023 general election. Adeyemi, who showed a copy of the draft to journalists on Sunday, noted that the Senate is seeking amendments to Section 84 of the 2022 Electoral Act. Adeyemi, at the press briefing, said the Muslim presidential ticket of the All Progressives Congress generated a lot of controversy in the country and necessitated the move. According to him, to prevent future occurrence, a new subsection is being proposed to Section 84 of the 2022 Electoral Act. He said, Section 84 of the Principal Act will be amended by inserting a new subsection 3, which will state thus: no political party shall nominate candidates of the same religion as presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate after the 2023 election. When this is accommodated, it will serve as a guide against any oversight such as this in the future, as future occurrences will be deemed as silent policy. I'm not quite sure. Let me take that again. When this is accommodated, it will serve as a guide against any oversight such as this in the future, as further occurrences will be deemed as silent policy, which is capable of bringing down the fabrics of the nation. He added that wide-range consultations on the need for the amendment have been made with leadership of the Senate and other colleagues. He, however, said that though apprehensions raised by the Christian Association of Nigeria over same-faith presidential tickets are genuine, but the broad-mindedness and pedigree of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima will allay all fears being raised. The senator further added that both Tinubu and Shettima should be assessed based on their pedigree and not their religious faith or even political party. Adeyemi said, Nigerians should look at the individual candidates contesting for the presidency in 2023 and not the political parties they belong or the religions they practice. Based on my conviction, despite the same faith ticket, Tinubu and Shettima are the best for the country come 2023. So really, is that an infringement on a fundamental human right? Is the question you have to ask yourself. Is that an infringement on a fundamental human right? And are you being disadvantaged for reasons of your faith? So that is the question you have to ask. So we leave that question hanging. as we go on to this one, why should I steal public money when I'm richer than President Biden? Boastful from Anambra. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has opined that he cannot embezzle public funds because God has blessed him more than enough. Correspondents report that the former governor of Anambra State made this known in a recent event whilst speaking to some Nigerians in diaspora. In a video cited online, Obi issued a curse on himself if he takes public funds that does not belong to him. According to him, he was at a public event where the American President Joe Biden said he was worth $8.9 million. However, someone like him from a third world country is richer than Biden, hence questioning why he should steal public funds. The Labour Party flag bearer, and I think there's a clip of it here actually, so maybe I'm able to follow in this. Hopefully it will let me see if I'm able to. Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. I think I might be able to grab the clip. So yes, I've grabbed the clip and I'll just play it just as soon as I come into the room. So let me just upload it here. Just bear with me one moment. So I've grabbed the clip of Boastful from Anambra. So we'll see what he has to say. Let's put it on the, yeah, there it is. So there it is. All right, so there it is. So let me just give you the entirety of it again because of the break in the flow. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi has opined that he cannot embezzle public funds because God has blessed him more than enough. A correspondence report Correspondents report that the former Anambra State governor made this known in a recent event while speaking to some Nigerians in diaspora. In a video cited online, Obi issued a curse on himself if he takes public funds that does not belong to him. According to him, he was at a public event where the American President Joe Biden said he is worth $8.9 million. However, someone like him from a third world country is richer than Biden, hence questioning why he should steal public funds. The Labour Party flag bearer added that he is not looking for a private jet, sophisticated house, or eager to own a house in America. Meanwhile, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC, Patrick Obahiagbon, has revealed the reason the popularity of the Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi is growing nationwide. The former member of the House of Representatives said Obi's popularity keeps soaring nationwide due to the dissatisfaction of the entire political class. So I'm not sure that it's due to the dissatisfaction of the political class, certainly dissatisfaction of the population. So more the dissatisfaction of the populace rather than the political class. He said Nigerians, and particularly Nigerian youth, are rallying around the former governor of Anambra State to save the country. Obahiagbon made this known during an appearance on a program on Arise TV, The Morning Show, on Friday. The former lawmaker, however, saluted Obi's courage and sincerity to want to cleanse the Nigerian system. So courage and sincerity. So there it is, and there it is. There it is, and there it is. Let me take you outside of Nigeria just to document this. India overtakes UK, now world's 5th largest economy. So let's see what this is all about. India has overtaken the United Kingdom as the 5th largest economy in the world, as the European giant continues to suffer the scorching impact of inflation. Data from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has revealed. UK falls behind India is another blow to the government in London as it continues to deal with the harsh cost of living occasioned by current inflation rocketing the country. In the final 3 months of 2021, the former British colony overtook the United Kingdom as the 5th largest economy, according to GDP figures from IMF, which are based in US dollars. Inflation in the United Kingdom reached a new 40-year high in July as spiraling food and energy prices exacerbated the country's historic squeeze on households. The Bank of England has raised interest rates 6 times in a row to contain inflation. In August, it raised rates by the most since 1995 and forecast that the United Kingdom will experience its longest recession since the global financial crisis in the 4th quarter of the year. So there it is right there. Not much more to add on to that. India surpasses UK surpasses UK as the 5th largest economy. I wonder, so that would be the United States. Germany, of course, will be above the United Kingdom. China, of course, will be above the United Kingdom. But which other country will be above the United Kingdom? I have to check that. So let's land on this, and then we'll see who is in the room to take it on. So, but I think we've already touched on this, but let's land on it to see if it adds on to what we've already read. 2023 election between Atiku, Tinubu, Peter Obi can't win. Patrick Obahiagbon. Patrick Obahiagbon, a former federal lawmaker, has poured cold water on the possibility of the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi winning the 2023 general elections. He asserted that the enthusiasm of obedience won't secure the needed numbers to upstage entrenched political parties, the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party. Only 2 major political parties are coming into this election. The 2 major political parties are APC and PDP. I don't see how the Labour Party can muster 25% in about 24 states in this election. Mr. Obiagbon, notable for his Mr. Obiagbon, notable for his verbose terminology, said on Arise TV Sunday morning. I must go. Let me see if I can find this. Because it's always quite a good copy to hear this guy speak. So let me just start pop this in YouTube, see if I can find this. Arise TV, and then Patrick, whatever his name is. And then let me filter it to this week, and let's see. Pardon me. Let me just see if I can just see. Is that him? Let's see. All right. All right. Yes, I think we might well be able to hear snippets from him. So let's get back to it. Right. Only 2 major political parties are coming into this election. The 2 major political parties are APC and PDP. I don't see how the Labour Party can muster 25% in about 24 states in this election. Mr. Obiagbon, notable for his verbose terminology, said on Rice TV Sunday morning. The Edo-born politician noted that although Mr. Obi has thrown up a third force, which he described as emerging, surging political Sirocco of the OBE, he insisted that the election will still be between APC's Bola Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar. According to him, Nigerians who are supporting Mr. Obi's presidential ambition are those who are completely tired of the current situation in the country due to bad leadership rising from the current political class. But the asseveration notwithstanding, I will make bold to assert that even though this election is going to be contested by 2 major political parties, the election is throwing up three major presidential aspirants. I do sincerely hope that Nigeria's parasitic political class are learning the necessary lessons that have been greeted the emergence of Peter Obi. Mr. Obiagbon added. The former lawmaker said that the languorous supporters of the Labour Party candidate still needed to understand how Nigerian politics works. Nigerians, and particularly Nigerian youth, have become completely dissatisfied and languorous as to the failing and frailties of the entire Nigerian political class, be it APC, PDP, and NPP, amongst others. The Peter Obi movement is a resurgence and emergence of that dissatisfaction. Can Peter Obi ride on the crest and wave of Nigeria's disappointment into the comfortable bowels of the Aso Rock Villa? I say no, I don't see that, Mr. Obiagbon reckoned. The candidates in the 2023 election have been meeting various stakeholders to dig for more support as official political campaigns kick off in September, as announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. So we land it off with Obiagbon. Yes, so there he is with this big grammar. So with their big grammar, Solly, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Brownberry, I see you. RB, I see you. The Progressives, I see you. And San Diego, I see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let me go straight to it and let me go straight to Progressive, who joined us in an earlier session some time ago, but we were not really able to get to him. So the Progressives, are you ready to go?
Yeah, one more. Good evening to you.
Good evening. Good to have you. Great to have you. So straight to it and straight into it. Without subsidy, petrol will cost 462 naira per liter. So this is the NNPC, but is it the time to call that bluff? Is it the time to rip off that band-aid of our petroleum subsidy?
Good evening to you, one man. Good evening to all our fellow panelists. One man, to be honest with you, it's not a chance we can take at the moment, because there's too much hunger in the land. So trying to call them a bluff, I think that would be a risk, because these people, they will do anything to make sure they fill their pocket. So for us, in as much as it's not the right thing to do for our economy at the moment, but with the situation that is on ground right now, if that subsidy should be taken out, just let's say they don't go to 400 or something, or say they just double the price, that is going to be like a big hit on the people on ground. So I think for now, it's something that we have to live with for now. But the biggest question of it is, what is going on with the refineries? What is the problem with the refineries? The amount of money that the federal government have supported Dangote with. What is going on with the Dangote refinery? All of these questions need to be asked.
You see, those questions have to be asked, but the question really that has to be asked is around the petroleum subsidy, because they are saying they are subsidizing over 90 million barrels per liter for the Nigerian space. And all of the experts, they are saying that the country is not consuming anywhere near 35 million barrels per day. Where is the consumption for nearly 100 million liters per day? So that is really it. The embedded corruption within that space, that's really where the focus needs to be. The houses have tried to unravel that space for God knows how long, but everybody's on the take.
I think we had it. I think you guys had this debate about these subsidies one time like that, and I couldn't get in. There were a lot of ideas that was put on the platform regarding, some were saying they should go do it through taxation and stuff like that. But I think it would have, I don't know if they can consider just subsidizing the petrol station owners So when you buy whatever liters you sell, then you get subsidized for it. Because the problem we have is that we are subsidizing directly to the importers. So sometimes they even divert the product to a different country, and they still come and collect subsidies money from us from the Nigerian government. But what I think they should have done is those people who actually own petrol station that have records of commodity that they've taken in. So it would be easy to monitor. So whatever liters they sell to the public, they get subsidized from the government. They get subsidy from the federal government. I think if we go through that route, it might be a bit easy to control.
Do you not think that there's corruption opportunities there as well? Would you suggest that they should have designated petrol stations for transporters, and those ones should be subsidized? So if there are petrol stations that are dedicated to mass transport spaces like the danfos, etc., they can subsidize that, so that the cost of travel for the average Nigerian is cheaper, and you, the businessman, or you, the private car owner, then you just have to take the hit.
Yeah, I think that won't be fair if you say that the private cars should take the hit. I understand that part of it, but sometimes I understand that owning a car sometimes could be seen to be a luxury. But sometimes the distance that you have to travel for work sometimes necessitates you having that car. It doesn't mean that you are a rich person. It just means that you need it for you to be able to continue to maintain your job in most of these cases. I understand situations whereby some of these wealthy people have different majority or a number of vehicle fleets. I think it's a good idea what you've just said just now, but the thing is this. It's still, whichever way you look at it, it's still going to be open to fraud. But it's just how do we minimize it? I think the suggestion you made is a good one. It's just a way to try and minimize the fraud. So because for me, it doesn't make sense to be subsidizing people who are importing the product into the country. I think we should look for a way to kind of subsidize it within the country. So when the product have arrived, so you can go and buy it for whatever amount you want to buy it, bring it in, sell it for whatever amount you want to sell it to the filling station owners. So those people now will then have inventory of the price they've used to purchase. Then government can then directly subsidize those people. For me, I think that's a good idea.
All right. Let me take you to another talking point. The progressive. To the Peter Obi space, we are back, and people are asking that he be disqualified from the election. He and his running mate, they should be disqualified for reasons of flouting the electoral law, the new electoral law. So the new electoral law it states somewhat that foreign money should not be used to prosecute. That a candidate cannot have a foreign sponsor. Let's put it that way. But Peter Obi is traveling around the world canvassing for money. So now he is flouting the electoral law. So are people right to call that he be struck off the election? Should he be struck off for reasons of flouting the law?
No. I think the law is there. We understand that, but the campaign has not really started. So it could not be breaching the electoral law when the campaign is not open yet. So it's only when the campaign is open and then they start soliciting for funds from outside the country for the purpose of the campaign, then you can say it's breaching the law. But as we speak now, I don't think there are funds or any account details that be put out by the OB campaign for donations. I'm just saying I'm not aware of it. So there could be one out there, but I'm not aware of it. I think what is going on is just it's what you call the super PAC in the United States, like a group of organizations and individuals coming together and forming like a super PAC to organize for donations to support the campaign. directly or indirectly. So I think that is what is going on. But for the campaign directly, I'm not too sure if they have any form of a system put in place to receive donation as we speak at the moment. I'm not aware of it. I'm not saying it does not exist because I'm not too sure. But I'm not just aware of it.
All right, but Peter, this law breaking continues to mount. That's one thing. Let me take you to a different space. The progressives. Lawmaker proposes bill to stop same-faith tickets. So there it is. This one somewhat of a curiosity, because your faith is a fundamental human right, and you're allowed to practice as you deem fit. And what faith you choose to practice should not impede you from your progression in any space. So is this counter human rights, this proposal that is passing through the Senate?
It's this is one of the problems that we have in Nigeria. When you elect people who are dumb into a position of government to make decisions, you see people bring ideas like this into public space. You should understand one thing. You see, your faith, when you are born either as a man or as a female. You're born either a black or a white or Asian or African. You know, things you cannot change. Things that naturally part of you, things that you come to life with, right? Faith is not one of those things. This is an institution that you choose to associate yourself with, whether it's Christian religion or the Islamic or other religion, or even you could be of non-faith. So these are issues of personal choice. This issue of Muslim that they've been going on with in Nigeria. One man, listen to this. I said this before. You pick a Christian candidate to run with you. By the time you get to office, and that person goes, "Oh, you know what? I want to convert to Islam." It's a personal choice. So what are you going to do? Kick the vice president out of office because he converts to Islam? It's dumb. It doesn't make sense. We need to put religion, make people understand that it's personal issue. It's a relationship between you and your creator. Whatever you want to do, that is your business. We are now seeing this a very divided nation. Not only that we are divided on ethnicity matter, we are now seeing a division within the religion sectors as well. So I grew up one man, whereby when the Muslim are doing this, you call Ramadan, you know, we participate. When it's Christmas, everybody participates. There's no difference. We never separated based on our religion. But what we are seeing today, and the worst part of it, is that a lot of our people who are supposed to be learned are the ones that are pushing this agenda of religious divisionism. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Why don't he propose a bill that says you cannot have the same gender on the same ticket?
Would that not be a good idea, though? Because is that not an affirmative action? I think that's what they call that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because that one even make more sense to say, look, you cannot have the same gender because women are the most productive in our society, but they are the least participant when it comes to governance. So look at the whole 36 states today. Not a single female governor. Go to the National Assembly. How many female senators do we have? About 2 or 3? How many House of Reps women do we have? So they're not looking to address those issues through law, but it's trying to propose a law to bar people of some certain faith from not being able to attain some certain position. It doesn't make sense.
It certainly doesn't make sense, but the person proposing it is notorious for being a dumbass. His name is Smart Adeyemi. He's the one that took Dino Melaye's seat at the Senate. It's just so dumb. It was crying in the Senate for some spurious reason some time ago. So it's just, I don't know what they feed them in that cookie state, but they are just clownish. the person that replaces Dino is just even more clowny. You know?
No, I know he's smart at the that was proposing. You know, I think he's trying to be. He's trying. I don't know if I'm trying to say he's trying to be too clever for himself. But the issue of religion, I think we should just take it out of government. It doesn't make sense. Okay, there are people who are of no faith. There are people who are of whatever faith. Some people, they don't even tell you what their faiths are. They just keep it to themselves. That is, it's between you and your God. What has it got to do with government? Keep your faith in your house. Very soon, they'll start telling you, because of religion, you cannot do this. Because of religion, you cannot do that. We don't live in a faith society. We live it's supposed to be a kind of a federation system that we are not governed with. The state is not run by any religion. That is how it's supposed to be. But now what we are saying, the Muslim ticket, Christian Muslim ticket. Come on, man, stop all. We should stop all of these things.
But the progressives, there's a part of me that somewhat agrees, because in some instances, if you don't legislate for these things in Nigeria and you give them an open field, it may well be the tradition that we never say Christian in the first 2 seats in Nigeria again. If Tinubu gets away with this, what is to stop the next northern president that succeeds him? What is to stop him from also presenting a Muslim ticket? Because the Muslim space in the south, they are more active politically than all the prominent politicians in the south. They are Muslims.
Yeah, but when it comes to politics, right? You play politics to win. You want to win election, right? So you go for the candidate that will help you to win elections. So if you go to a lot of people that is criticizing Tinubu that he went for a Muslim, right? The thing is, if he had gone for a Christian, they know that would have weakened his position. Everybody knows that if you go for another Christian, that automatically weakens his position. And the majority of the people that are criticizing him today are people who would, majority of them are people who would naturally not even vote for him, even if he go and pick the Pope as his running mate. So you can understand that it's almost like, if you pick a Christian, then that weakens him. If you pick a Muslim, they will go after him. But for me, if it was, don't forget, before Obi pick Datti Baba Ahmed, right? There were a lot of people that would say you should pick Aisha Yusufu. There are a lot of people that would say you should even pick Showore.
You know that Aisha Yusufu, she's not a northerner.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people were saying you should even pick Showore. So all of this permutation were not put into consideration at the time. So, but all of a sudden, when somebody else pick a different candidate that is of the same faith, then it became a problem. So for me, I don't mind who Obi pick. I don't mind who Tinubu pick. I don't mind who Atiku pick. All I want us to debate is capacity to govern, your agenda for the country, what you have to offer the people. What kind of government are you going to run? Are you going to be a social democrat, or are you going to be a conservative government? All of these things matters to me. You understand? So for me, your faith is the last thing that I consider. It doesn't bother me how you serve God. But if you give me a Christian Muslim ticket that is of a conservative government, I'm not going to accept it. If you give me a Muslim ticket that is of a social democrat, that I know that they have the competence to carry out those agendas, I will support them. I've said it before. I said if Oshibanjo was the candidate of APC, I would have supported him openly. I wouldn't have problem with that.
All right.
Can I, one man, good evening. Can I quickly interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
You know, progressive is thinking like a Yoruba man, okay? So, Adeyemi, he is thinking as a Nigerian, you know, because in Nigeria, you know, as a Yoruba, mostly people from the south. People from Edo State, Yoruba, it's a kind of different case. But when it comes to Nigeria and the northern Nigeria, we don't want to give these people the room to leave this kind of situation whereby
that's where my concern is.
Yes.
Because if Tinubu gets away with this Muslim ticket, it opens so the precedence has been set. So you cannot then, when the Northerner comes to do his own thing, then say the rules have changed.
Yes. So I think it's very, very important that they put it in. They put it in this bill, just to not against Bola, not against.
No, they're saying after 2023.
Yes,
but what about human rights and the right to free worship?
Yes, but if that's why I said this is Nigeria. Nigeria is a peculiar country. It is not, because if we don't work it, if we don't work that peculiarity very careful, we might fall into dangerous times. And it's very good for them to put this bill down and say, if you want to contest as the president, your vice has to be Christian and you have to be Muslim, or vice versa. I think that
So what if I'm not religion?
Oh, good. If you're not a religious person, it's fine.
So how does that work then?
As a politician, you must be known that you are not. People must know that you are not a religious man. So you can choose anybody.
Is it not even too limiting? Because what about atheists and other?
That's what I'm saying.
What about Guru Maharaji?
Guru Man is here.
Yeah. Can Guru Maharaji followers not be president? Because we don't even know what they are.
No, one man. Look at it this way. If I'm not a religious person, right, and then I'm a presidential candidate, then I go and pick a Muslim from the north. So the Christians are not going to be participating. Is that not, what is the difference then?
It's a complex situation because, as Brambury said, we're a peculiar country, and our peculiarities is usually wrapped around religion and tribe. And left to our devices, we've not been able to manage those spaces. So maybe we should legislate them, because we've not shown any capacity to manage them.
I think we should, instead of legislating, we should cleanse ourselves of it. We should cleanse our mind.
How long have we been trying? How long have we been on it? We are not able to now.
In a country like Nigeria, I assure you, if you are not a Muslim or a Christian and you say you are atheist or you are not religious, I tell you, nobody's going to vote for you. I'm just telling you.
So people vote on you because of your religion.
No. It's not that they vote for you because of religion. But they are religious people. They are religious people.
But they do vote for you because of religion.
Yeah, and they are religious people. So this man, he not be Muslim, not be Christian. What he be? Their mentality.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is the way we are going, one man. It's almost we are going to a point of no return. It's almost we are going to a position whereby it is a divided country on every certain level, whether it is religion, whether it is ethnicity. We are dividing the country continuously because we keep saying Nigeria is a peculiar country. Nigeria is not ripe for this. But we don't understand that the division is getting worse every day. Tomorrow is going to be something else. Yesterday it was ethnicity. Today you see some people in the north, the Fulanis that we grew up with, that you see a Fulani man, they are selling carrot. Mala you speak the little one you understand, and they will give you carrot to eat. You see the one that is selling suya, you speak the one you understand, they will give you. Today they become enemy of the people. So how did they get to this point? It's because they keep telling us.
It's lack of legislation now. It's because
it is not lack of legislation. Don't forget, I was still young when Obasanjo came and say Nigeria is not ripe for a Christian or a Muslim. But this is the same Nigeria that elected a Muslim candidate during Abiola, and nobody even talked about it. It was not an issue. People queue up, both north and south. Everybody voted massively for that ticket.
Yeah,
so
but
all of a sudden,
the religious divide in Nigeria is now more pronounced than ever, especially off the back of Boko Haram and then and Buhari's Islamization agenda. So religion now more pronounced in Nigeria than any time in its history. Is it not something that really, even if we have to time bar the legislation, we have to legislate in some form to keep ourselves in check, because we don't seem to have our self-control as a nation. We're not civilized enough to be civilized people in Nigeria.
Yeah, so what's the point? What's the point? Why not just divide the country there? Why not just let everybody do their own thing? Let the people, the majority Muslim go their own, the majority Christians go their own. Would that not be better?
What will happen to Yoruba land?
Yoruba is millions of people. That's a country of its own.
Yeah, but if 50-50 Christian Muslim now.
Yeah, but those are you understand that the way Nigeria is currently structured now, take the middle belt, some part of the middle belt out of it, right? So you have a more like a progressive region flanked by two fanatics region. One is Islamic fanatics, and one is Christian fanatics, being flanked in the middle by the progressive region. So Nigeria is like that. The Yorubas and the Edos are more progressive, are more tolerant in terms of religion. So these people will marry from other faiths. It doesn't bother them. But the Igbos, an Igbo man that is a Christian will never, ever marry a Muslim woman. Forget it. A Fulani man would never marry a Christian woman. Forget it. But in the Southwest and in Edo, it is not like that.
I've seen Igbo men that married Yoruba Muslims. So
and the Fulanis, they marry Christians all the time now, especially in the Southeast. You know, they're obsessed with Southeast babes.
That one is different. That one is different. We're talking about majority. You know the way it is like in most of this Southwest and most of part of Edos, whereby religion doesn't play any part when people are getting married. So when relationship is taking place, but in all of this other part, it is like one of the pillar of the relationship. So this is one of those people is something that the Yorubas and the Edos are used to it anyway. So it's not a problem for them. So those people will be able to carry on the way they are.
All right. Let me take you to a final space, and then I'll go on to another contributor. The progressives. So we're taking you to, you have to correct me on how I'm pronouncing this man's name, Patrick Obaegbon.
Patrick Obaegbon.
Obaegbon. So we're taking you to Patrick Obaegbon. So he's saying 2023 election between Atiku Tinubu, Peter Obi cannot win. So he said that, but let's listen to just a little soupçon of him saying that, and then you give us your thoughts on what he's saying. So here, but have your dictionary to the ready as we have your dictionary to the radio, and have Panadol as well, because you'll probably get a headache from some of the grammars that is coming your way.
It is my pleasure to be your guest today, Aaron and Abisola. Good morning, Nigerians.
Now, relying on your political experience, how do the presidential candidates of the three major political parties come across to you in terms of acceptability and the chances in the forthcoming elections?
Let me start my prolegomena by saying that coming into this election, only two major political parties are coming into this election, and not three major political parties. And the two major political parties are the APC and the PDP. But that asseveration notwithstanding, I make bold to asseverate that even though this election is going to be contested among two major political parties, the election is throwing up three major presidential aspirants. And those three major presidential aspirants are His Excellency former Governor Peter Obi, His Excellency former Vice President of the country Atiku Abubakar, and of course the Jagaban of Bogu himself, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How do these three presidential aspirants come to me? And what are their chances? I will start with former Governor Peter Obi. The Spartan discipline which Peter Obi has emblematized is simplicity, is courage, and is quixotic zeal for bringing about the Pax Nigeriana, of our dreams commend itself to my patriotic palate. Another second statement I want to make about Peter Obi is that I do sincerely hope, and this is a rhetorical question to the political class, I do sincerely hope that Nigeria's parasitic and prebenda political class are learning the necessary lessons that has greeted the emergence of Governor Peter Obi. And I'm talking about the sheer emotionalism. I'm talking about the paroxysm of phrases that has greeted the emergence of Governor Peter Obi. A fervor that his supporters refer to as the obedient movement, but which I choose to describe as the emerging and surging political circle of Obiistic Obiism. And what are these lessons to be derived there from this Obiistic Obiism? It is that one, Nigerians, and particularly the Nigerian youth, have become completely dissatisfied. They've become languorous, a state of lassitude.
All right, so that's enough of that, because half the things he said, I don't even understand them. But the upshot of it is that he's essentially of the view that, and it's a popularly held view as well, the progressives, that it used the word quixotic, which I've not heard I've not heard anyone use in 20 odd years. Quixotic. So he used the word quixotic, and he used it in context as well. So they say that guy speaks a lot of grammar, but certainly are often instances never out of context. But what he's saying essentially is that the Peter Obi space is a protest space, and it's essentially an expression of dissatisfaction. But the real space that is going to deliver the presidency at the traditional spaces that we know. So do you concur then with the heavy languaged man from Benin?
Oh yeah, one man. You know, this. I listened to this interview. Was it earlier or yesterday? And I think I didn't see anything wrong with his positions, right? But I was surprised when I saw that there were still people who were attacking him. He never really said anything against anybody. He just gave an honest analysis as to what he think about how the whole thing is going to plan out. So, you know, he said something, and this is why for me, when it comes to this election, I'm just waiting for February to come and let the whole thing be done. Because for me, I'm tired of trying to analyze this election matter, because it doesn't matter how reality doesn't really matter this time around. So basically, he said something that was very simple and clear. The electoral, the constitution, 24, you have to have at least 25% in 24 states in Nigeria, right? So you look, the south is 5 states, south 6 states, that is 11. Then you come to southwest, 6 states, that is how many? That is 17. Then you go to the north central, you add another 6 states. That is what? That is 23. Still not up to 24. I'm giving you the whole of the south and the north central. Still not up to 24 states. That is how difficult it is for a non-party to be able to win election first time. When Tinubu was giving his speech as to how they form APC, when Buhari gave, he said Buhari offered him the position of vice president, and he told him, hold on, this coalition is still not complete. We're talking about a coalition that had at the time nearly 10 governors. Not until the Ameshis and the Bukola Sarakis from the new PDP came into that coalition then. But still, look at how difficult it was for them to defeat PDP at the time. But we are just meant to believe that this revolution is just going to go through some villages and some towns that is not aware of whatever is going on in our society.
Thank you for that point, because we did speak about it at some length yesterday, that there's some mass hysteria in that space. And like you're saying, the bulk of the voting in Nigeria, they are in the interior, so they're in the villages, the inner townships, all those spaces that we don't even know are part of Nigeria, because we think the metropolis is Nigeria. And they don't even know that there's anything going on. They just know what they traditionally know.
That is what I'm saying. Exactly. So these established political parties, they have representative in all of these small towns and villages, right? So these parties have invested time and resources to get to where they are. We're not saying you don't have the movement, but to say it is up to what will give you the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when you know, look, for me, one man, my position is clear, and I'm just going to wait till after the election. So whatever the situation is, I have no candidate in this election. So whenever I make analysis, I try to be as neutral, as fair as possible. But I understand that is not good enough for a lot of people. So for me, I decide to just say, you know what, let us see what happens in February.
You see, this coming election, there's going to be about at least 6 to 10 phases before we get to the polling booths, and we've gone through about 3 or 4 phases already. So we had the pre-primary phases of elections, where a lot of permutations were gravitating around a lot of names. You know that Tinubu was dead and buried before the primaries, and even anybody that suggested that Tinubu will get a ticket, they will just laugh at you and throw stones at you. That what you mean is this, that, and the other, or Shibanjo this, that, and the other. Remember when Rotimi Amechi was going round the north buying chieftaincy titles, when they even banned him in Katsina? So we went through that phase, and then we went into the primaries, and it played. You know, when this election started, the progressives, a lot of people thought the contest was going to be between Tinubu and Atiku. And then we went through a period where we ebbed and flowed, only then to land where we originally thought was going to be the case, which is still Atiku and Tinubu. But then you had the added spice that Peter Obi is bringing to the space. So we are now 3 phases in, but now we are in a Peter Obi phase, and he cannot hold that space up till February. So he will ebb a little bit as well. Maybe he will come back, I don't know. But then we are coming up in this month now on the 28th to the date that INEC formally kicks off the elections. So we now enter another phase of electioneering, which will sway again the trajectory of this upcoming. It is very difficult to predict what will happen, the progressive.
Yeah, for me, to be honest with you, it is very difficult to predict what will happen. But one man, I'm not against this, the Labour Party movement, or I wish the movement is for the party rather for the individual. Not that I'm saying Obi is not capable or he can't do the job, but the reason why I'm saying that is because I want to see a sustainable platform, right? That will always make these 2 parties to sit properly and understand that there is a challenge behind them. If they don't act properly, that there is always another options for the people. But my fear is that after the election, this whole thing will explode. If Obi doesn't win, then everything just goes away like that. Everything just goes into hiding. Then all of this establishment political party will just carry on as if nothing ever happens. And that's my fear. I wanted a movement that is sustainable. Even if you don't win, but keep the pressure on. Let them know that we are here. But my worry is that time will come and all of this will just disappear. It will become Biafra. It will become, what do you call it? Odua Nation.
Yoruba Nation, yeah.
So that is it.
I share those concerns with you, the progressives, and I share because I do not think when the elections are done that Peter Obi will be able to hold that space which is the third first, they've now termed it. So I don't think he will be able to hold that space. But if that space is going to be held, it has to be the coalition of people that are left off center of the political spectrum. So he has to add on, so they have to coalesce parties like the Shore Party and like the SDP and other like-minded satellite parties to then form a stronger third force that is a pro-people sort of movement. But I don't think that the Labour Party it will still continue as a party, but I don't think Peter Obi will stay there for too long or after the elections are done. But I don't also think that he can single-handedly build on that momentum because, like you said, after the elections, the followership will hemorrhage to the Biafra space, a good chunk of the Southeasterners, and then whatever sprinklings of our Southwesterners he has in that movement, they will either, if Tinubu wins, they will fall in line with the mainstream, and if Tinubu doesn't win, they will gravitate to Yoruba Nation. So it will hemorrhage a lot of his followership after the elections, but it will still have created sufficient enough of an awareness for it to evolve into something, but it cannot evolve off its own speed. It has to be a coalition of the willing that are left off center of the political divide. What do you say to that, the progressives?
Yeah, I think you're spot on in your analysis. I think for me, this should not be about Obi. That is what I have problem with all of this. This, you see what is happening now? It should not be about that man Obi. It should be a movement of the people, which Obi is just at the top. So whether Obi wins or not, the pressure should keep on. So everybody that is supporting the movement right now, they should be taking membership of the Labour Party, right? Then they should be the one who will make themselves the what do you call them, the delegates for the next primaries. So they will be able to come and say, okay, maybe the next primaries for the next presidency, if Obi doesn't win, they can go and say, okay, you know what? Let's go to Soludo and ask him to come and run for the presidency. You know, then you guys can shop for candidate for the party, for the platform, or for the movement. But as soon as everything fade away, politicians come back and take hold of the Labour Party. The whole thing will just because it will just be as it will be a waste of time.
The progressives, do you think Peter Obi will stay with the party after the elections? Because after the elections, because we are
don't even finish that question. I
want to wrap a scenario for you. Because after the elections, then the next opportunity for a new government is almost certain to be 8 years' time, which will place Obi in the bracket of around about 70. So he'll be around about 70 years old then. So would he stay with that movement after the elections? Would he even stay in politics after the elections? If he doesn't stay with that movement after the elections, can that movement sustain, even though it will dip in membership and enthusiasm? But do you think there's sufficient in that movement to sustain after Peter Obi, if Peter Obi leaves? And do you think Peter Obi will leave that movement and politics after the elections?
See, if Tinubu wins, Obi will be gone. Like that will be him done with politics. I can say that for a fact. If Atiku wins, Obi goes straight back to PDP. Because Atiku would definitely bring him into his government. That one is for sure. But if Tinubu wins, Obi, that is it, done, finished, gone. But Atiku wins, Obi, you see him straight away in PDP. If anybody wants to bet, I'll bet anything with you for that. So
no, I agree. Carry on.
on that side, let's put that one aside. So on the issue of sustainability of the platform, I think this is what I'm saying. It's up to the people who are currently pioneering it at the moment. I think a lot of them came on board because Obi went to the Labour Party. But my advice to these people right now, right, I can even, if that continues next year, I would be part of it. I will join the movement, right? Because then I will know that it's a movement that is not for a particular individual. It's a movement that is championing for a genuine change. So if after the election, say Obi doesn't win, then the movement continues. My brother, I'm telling you, I will become part of it. Because I know that.
Do you know that? Do you know that in so many ways, a lot of us are actually part of it. You know, because what there are banner headlines which is about change, a departure from the norm, rescuing the country. We are all part of that, but just not in the presentation that we have at the moment.
Exactly. So for me, I think if the movement, so if it sustains itself from next year on after the election, then you will see that the establishment people, the people who are currently in government or who will be in government at the time, they will be so scared of the movement that they won't want to be doing things wrong. They will want to have a government that will function well for the people. They want to have a government that will be for the people, just to counter the movement. So it's almost like you, by being on the shadows of the government, you are kind of indirectly affecting the way the government is running the country without even being in government. So I think if that pressure can be sustained over a period of time and continually have the movement to continue to grow, have people to continue to come into it, then you will see that it will affect a positive change into the country. But my fear is this: a lot of people came into this because of Obi, and if Obi doesn't win, all of them will be gone. That is my fear.
I agree with your assessment, by the way, the progressives, that if Tinubu wins the election, Peter Obi will be done with politics, and he will just continue to carry on amassing his wealth, which is very successful at. But if Atiku wins that election, Peter Obi, he will beat Linford Christie. He will beat Usain Bolt in a race back. He will beat Usain Bolt in a race back to the PDP. Do you know why?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he will know. Do you know why? Because if Atiku wins the election, then that suddenly makes Peter Obi the leading southern politician in the country. And if Atiku wins the election, that means after Atiku, power transits back to the south. So the country has already been sensitized to the possibility of a southeastern president. The country has also come on board with the narrative that there's an injustice somewhat that we've not had a southeastern president. So it's just is incoming now. If Atiku wins the election, Peter Obi will be the next president after him. It's almost unless it's dumb, which is not. So he will be at great speed back to the PDP. I agree with you.
Yeah, and if he goes back to the PDP, I'm sure they will give him the ticket, because I haven't seen what he's done under Labour Party. PDP will not be that stupid anymore. They will not be that stupid not to give him the ticket. They will give him the ticket on the platter. They will beg him to get the ticket.
All right. Interesting times. Stay with us. A very interesting opening phase with the progressives there. So thank you. So we waited about 2 days to hear from you, but now we're glad we did. So all those times that you come in, now we are going the progressives, and you don't even answer. You've gone to to sleep or something.
I was falling down. I fell asleep,
Yes, because I know the sessions can be long and grueling sometimes, so I do understand. But thank you, the progressives. Stay with us just as long as you can. Let's go on from you to Victoria, only ready to deviate from the testosterone. Let's deviate from the testosterone a little bit and go to Victoria, see if she's ready to go. So, Victoria, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am.
Brilliant. Are you ready to go, or do you need a moment?
Yes, I am. I'm ready.
I know if you're not ready, say you're not, because there are other people I can go to. Do you want me to skip you and then come back, or are you ready now?
I'm ready now.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Victoria. So good to have you. So Victoria joins us for the second time, only then to tell us then what she's making of without subsidy, petroleum will cost 462 naira per liter. So this is the NNPC making the headline here, Victoria. But that subsidy space so fraught with corruption. There's just, a good 40% of the nation's wealth is looted within that space just alone. So if they remove that as a short, sharp treatment, will the Nigerian person be able to adjust to petrol, because they are paying what, about half of that in the cost of petrol at the moment, and they are groaning and hemorrhaging under the burden of that. So will the Nigerian person be able to adjust to that 462 naira per liter petrol? And will the savings in the corruption space of the subsidy, will it insulate the impact of that hike in price? So what are you then making then of this headline by the NNPC? Without subsidy, petrol will cost 462 naira per liter.
Okay. Well, good day, everybody. So subsidy basically is government, most of the time they issue subsidies to help businesses to produce cheaply, so then they don't have to make high price to gain profit, because they're already getting profit or money from the subsidy. So if they should remove the subsidy, the price is going to go up. But I think that sometimes subsidies are not the best options. In this case, subsidy basically just is a corruption, because they're just eating the money. But you can take out the subsidy and put that money in something else. Let's say if you increase minimum wage from, is it 30,000? Then
Yes.
the normal Nigerian people can be able to afford the new price. So it wouldn't be a big problem then, because the price would reduce a bit. Not reduce, but they'll be able to afford more.
That might lead to inflation, though, Victoria. If there's sudden spike in wages, that might lead to inflation, which would then eat away at the salary increment.
Not necessarily. I think you can kind of like control inflation a bit. So, Nigeria already has inflation right now,
It
and
does, yeah.
I mean they are dealing with inflation. Is in Nigeria at the
Yeah.
moment,
Yes.
and to kind of the way to deal with inflation is making the people not spend a lot of money. I mean, it's very hard to deal with inflation. No one really knows how to, but right now, because things are not even getting better in general, like Nigeria is a kind of a very different case. So you can't just say there's one way to solve inflation or this price. But I think taking the subsidy out is good, but you do have to increase minimum wage to then balance it.
Would you say rather than increase minimum wage, they should insulate where Nigerians are, where they spend the most? So maybe they should insulate the price, or maybe some sort of price control for foods and essential items, so that the prices there can be managed to insulate the increase in the price of petrol. That way, they don't increase salary, but they manage that space to insulate the Nigerian person. Do you understand that? And what do you think of it?
But that's another option. But I don't know. Is Nigeria very big on production? Are we more? Do we produce more, or do we import more? Is the question.
We don't even produce toothpick, so we don't produce anything at all.
Exactly. So you can't really control prices when you're not in charge of the production. The prices are being controlled by whoever you're buying it from. So I think to kind of manage that, you have to start producing more. So you create more jobs, and then you have control over making a price ceiling or a price floor for certain goods and services.
All right, well put. Let me take you to a different talking point, Victoria. OBI-DATTI reacts to alleged violation of Electoral Act. So, as I'm sure you are aware, there's a new Electoral Act in play for the upcoming elections in 2023, and a lot of new introductions into the political space embedded within that act. So one of the embedded clauses in that act is that a candidate cannot have a foreign sponsor. So now you've seen, I'm sure, Peter Obi traversing the globe, going from one country to another, canvassing for, it's on a fundraising, canvassing for money. So you are saying that the people that are speaking to, they are Nigerians, but they are not necessarily Nigerians. They are of Nigerian birth, but of a foreign nationality. So Peter Obi has flouted the electoral law, and they are inviting that he should be kicked off the ballot for 2023. Do you concur, Victoria?
I think someone else already said about the election hasn't really started yet. I think what Peter Obi is doing now is just trying to get more popularity, or like just to get more people involved in the election. In this case, it might just be him getting more people who might have Nigerian descent, but maybe from different nationalities at the moment, to come back and actually start voting. Most of those people might never end up voting for him, might just realize, you know what, let's vote for other candidates. So at the moment now, I don't think that's a big problem until the election starts.
Sorry, carry on.
I know I'm done. Sorry.
All right, let me take you to this space. Lawmaker proposes bill to stop same-faith ticket. So same-faith ticket, Victoria, which is to say you cannot have a president and a vice of the same religion. So you cannot have a Muslim candidate and a Muslim vice candidate, or a Christian candidate and a Christian vice candidate. So, and they are doing this off the back of Tinubu having the same faith ticket with him and Shetima. So a lot of people seem to agree. In fact, even in the course of this conversation, somewhat of a divergence in opinion. So people are saying that it might well be necessary for where we are in our evolution as a democracy, but does that not breach the fundamental right to free worship and free associate? So what are you then making then of that bill to stop people from having a same faith tickets?
I can understand where that bill is coming from. Basically, to create more diversity in power. You don't want to have just, I don't want to say certain kind of people that can be, but like you don't want to have just one group of people in power, because like we know, Nigeria is very diverse. So you want to make sure you bring everyone in. I understand that, but at the same time, that can also create problems. And instead of like you creating, stopping that, trying to create more diversity, you might just be dividing the country more. So I think for the longest of time, instead of Nigerians to vote for a person with Muslim ticket, it's better you vote for the person and are they actually competent for it. And if you check every other thing and you don't want that Muslim ticket, you don't have to vote for that person. You vote for another person that doesn't have a Muslim ticket and maybe has more of the things you want in a person. That's why if you look at the presidential candidates right now, you have a Muslim ticket. You have Atiku. I don't know his running mate. I don't know which one his running mate has.
He's a Christian, yeah. So that's a Muslim Christian ticket.
Yeah, so you have options. So now you have all these options. Now you look at, okay, what does this person have? Do I actually align with that? Does that work with my ideologies and everything? And if that person doesn't have it, you don't have to vote for them. So I don't think the bill is necessary. I feel like Nigerians should start rethinking how they vote for someone. Tribe or faith is not a big, like we have been voting for the longest time with tribe and faith. and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. We need to start voting for ideologies. I think someone also said, what kind of government are they going to run? And at the end, and the last thing you should look at is the fate, in my opinion.
So that's in an ideal scenario, Victoria. But where the Nigerian democracy journey is at the moment is far from ideal. The key main considerations, people don't even look at policies, I don't think, when they're casting their votes in Nigeria. They look at personalities. They look primarily at tribe first, and then they look at religion second, and then they look at our personality. So tribe, religion, and personality, those are the three key things that Nigerians look at when casting their votes. And they want to remove that, they want to create by legislation a religious balance in tickets. It's somewhat of a complex one because there are arguments for and against, Victoria.
I still think that even if you bring this bill, let's say you have to have so your running mate has to have an opposite fate as you, Nigerians will still vote by tribe and fate. They will just ignore the vice president and just look at the president. For example, let's say people want to vote for Tinubu because of his fate and tribe. They'll vote for him and forget the vice president, because who has the most power? The president has the most power than the vice president. And I don't think anyone is hoping for the president to die, that the vice president then has to take power. That hasn't happened in the longest time in any country so far. So it's like no one really cares about the vice president's power the most. So you will still, if you bring that bill, people will still overlook it. So I think we need to change that mindset first. Tribe, ethnicity should be the last thing that us as Nigerians should look at, because we are so diverse that if we only keep on looking at that, we're never actually going to progress as a nation. Because if you keep on saying, okay, I have to vote for my faith or religion, my faith or tribe, what if the person I voted for is useless and they don't do anything and you just make it worse? Then you see, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it hardly ever does. There's no rationale behind the reasons why people cast their votes. It's almost an act of self-harm when you know that this person is not fit for purpose and you vote for him for reasons as pedestrian as him being your tribesman, when you know full well that it's a crook. But it's a crook, but it's our crook, that sort of thing. Let me take you to another space, Victoria. Let me take you to this space. You might well not know this gentleman, and I'll be surprised if you do. It's called Patrick Obahegbon. It's from Edo, that Edo space. But it's a well-known quantity within the Nigerian political space, and he's giving us his assessment on the upcoming 2023. It says 2023 election between Atiku Tinubu, Peter Obi cannot win. Patrick Obahegbon. So he's a known quantity, as I said, and he does the assessment to permutate the figures, because you see, Victoria, before you become the Nigerian president, there are certain criteria that you have to meet. You have to win at least 25% of votes in 2/3 of the country. So that is to say that you have to win 25% of votes in at least 24 to 26 states, in addition to winning the majority votes. And what he's arguing is that even though the Obi space has shaken up the political space and it's brought awareness to a demography that hitherto stayed out of politics, because of the computations of the Nigerian political system and because of the vast reach of the traditional parties, Obi will huff and puff, but it's never going to blow the house down. What are you then making, Victoria, of Patrick Obahegbon's assessment?
I think it's unfortunate. I think that it's very funny because like the only reason he's making this analysis, like I said, people never look at the person, like who's actually good for the job. And by the way, I just want to say I'm not supporting or saying Peter Obi should win or whatever, but more or less like.
Well, you fall within the demography, don't you? You are young and you are enlightened. Is that not? Are you not meant to be an obedient?
Well, I don't think being young and enlightened automatically makes you an obedient. I assess the person. Can you do the job? So far, he's been trying to attract people in my area, but I look at like, can you actually do the job? I still think he's just like the other politicians. They say the sweet things you want to hear, get into power, and they might not do anything. And I think that might actually happen for Peter Obi, that he's getting all these young people to vote for him. Like you said, he might not have the majorities to vote for him in the other states, and he might not win. But it makes sense why that's going to happen, because most people are not voting for who's going to do the job. They're voting for popularity. They're voting for tribe and fate. So Peter Obi might not win this.
All right, Patrick Bahedbo, he went on to say that a lot of the Peter Obi movement is essentially an expression of dissatisfaction with the status quo within the Nigerian space. So it's essentially, not totally, but substantially to a significant degree, a protest space. Do you agree with that? Is it the disenfranchised that essentially they constitute a sizable portion of that space? So is it the disenfranchised that are speaking via Peter Obi?
Yes, I 100% believe that. Most of Peter Obi's, most of the people who want to vote for Peter Obi are mostly Nigerians who are fed up. And they're like you said, it's like a protest, and they've chosen someone to represent the protest, and in this case it's Peter Obi. I feel like the other candidates are quite similar to what we have been having in the past years. So Peter Obi is new. He's fascinating for the people. So they're like, we want this. That is the so-called change they want. So that's why you get all these young people voting for Peter Obi, because, like you said, he's more relatable to them. He speaks more about businesses or like ways to grow the economy, not just in like farming. He's more into like technology, which we're in 2022. It's more tech related. So when he says all those things, and you should also look at the population of Nigeria. I think you have a high number of youths.
Yeah, it's about 75%. I think they're saying about 70% of the population are under 45.
Exactly. So it's just, you have a high number of people who might understand things similarly to Peter Obi. So they're kind of following him. In that case too, they are not also looking at, is he actually very good or is he just relatable?
I'm glad you're able to make that distinction, Victoria, because those are two distinct spaces. So one is razzmatazz, isn't it? The relatable space is glitz and glamour. That's razzmatazz. But the capability is more the hard grind of being actually be able to do the job. So I'm glad you made that distinction, Victoria. Carry on.
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of people, and someone said if if Peter Obi doesn't win, that the obedience are going to like go crazy and hell is going to break loose in Nigeria. And that's because of this whole movement as using him as the change. instead of as the man who can change the country. So it's like I'm trying to see.
So no, so he's the destination rather than the driver, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. So he can also get there. He might also win, and he doesn't do anything. And
I doubt if he will be able to do anything because the system will frustrate him. But you know.
Exactly, and I think most people need to realize that it's not really a man, but the Nigerian problem is not about presidential, whoever the president is the constitution, and also us as the people. Those two things have to be changed. Once you change those two things, whoever is going into whoever the presidential candidates are going to be better, because all these people you have are gotten from a system that's already broken. So you can't have a good person from a broken system.
Yes.
You have to change the system first, and then the chances of you having a good person increases.
Are you sure you are 20? Because I'm not sure that I know a 20-year-old that speaks with. I have to check your ID one of these days, because even all of the people I have on the panel, sometimes I query, you know, but let me not go there. But I carry on. But I want you to dissect that space that you said. The real solution to the Nigerian malaise is the constitution one, which is to say the institution itself, and then the people too. So what is your expectation of the Nigerian person, and what do you think they are doing wrong, and what should they be doing right?
What they do wrong is they're doing what what people from before have been doing for the longest time. They're still doing it. Like, we got a system from the British people, and obviously the British people are not going to give us the best system. They're going to make sure they profit from our system. And from how many years we've been using that system, and it's broken. And now we keep on electing. Every day I hear someone say, oh, don't worry, next election, Nigeria will get better. But ask yourself, what has been the problem from the start? What is the problem for Nigeria? It's not the president, it's everybody that's the problem. You can change the president, but your Senate, your all the other people, they're still there. And those are not, the president doesn't make all the law, although he has power, he doesn't make all the law. So Nigerians, like, the problem itself is to stop, the solution is to stop doing what our forefathers have been doing, and actually to change and make a new way of ruling. And also, I want to also put something in Nigerian, like, out there. I know we talk about how destroying Nigeria is, and we blame it on our governmental, like the government, but actually, it's actually bigger than that. You have foreign countries constantly involving themselves in our politics and making sure that we never get better because they profit from it. So we might think, oh, the president or all those governors, they profit from Nigeria, but it's actually bigger than that. There are actually other people that also profit from it. So the cycle continues. I don't know if I...
No, it's a popularly held belief, Victoria, what you just said. A lot of people are of that thought. So you're not alone in thinking that.
Yeah, because if you look at, for example, crude oil, Nigeria has crude oil, but we don't refine our crude oil. We import crude oil. Till today, that will never make sense to me. Any other thing can be wrong in Nigeria, but that idea of us not refining our own crude oil does not make any sense. And who profits from that? Our government profits from that, and foreign companies profit from us importing crude oil instead of exporting the refined crude oil. Another way to stop this subsidy of a problem is if we start producing and refine our own crude oil, then we don't have to really heavily ask ourselves, oh, do we subsidize or who is being corrupt? Because we produce it ourselves.
Victoria, do you think Nigeria, and by extension the West African space, even the whole of Africa, but really Nigeria being the sample case, do you think Nigeria is suited to Western style democracy, or do you think we have to evolve something that is closer to our way of life, but also representative of the will of the people? Do you think Nigeria is suited either to the American model or the British model? Do you think we are suited to a westernized form of democracy?
No, I don't think they were suited for a Western style of democracy, because I still believe that Nigerians still have this enslaved mentality. So even if you bring this Western way of governing, because it was never created, or because our mentality hasn't been shifted to the way they govern, it will never work for us. So the only way that Western governing would work in Nigeria is if our mentality in general change. Like, for example, the way we talk about presidents, the way we talk about our governor, the way we address them. Like, they have power, or like the way we even vote. Like, because we're still kind of enslaved, voting right, you have this right, I have this right, it cannot work because we're still I think, maybe explain it like this. A Nigerian can never come to a foreign country and act like a Nigerian. It doesn't work like that. And that just tells you that. And it's the same style of governance. The democracy is here in the West and also here in Nigeria. But if a Nigeria should go to a Western country, they change their mentality to work with the Western governance. And that already tells you that Nigeria might have the policy, the governance, but we don't have the mentality to follow that style of ruling. So until we change the way we think, then the way we govern will start working or aligning together.
All right. One final question now, Victoria. Do you think Nigeria can survive as one country?
It's sad, but I don't think so. The present day Nigeria at the moment, I don't think can work together. It's too Nigerians, for example, religion, they're just too, everything is God, 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 God. Never let me try and work for myself. You get someone who is sick, God will help me. Like, religion is a problem, tribe is a problem. It's just so many problems. I don't even think
Do you
Nigerians.
think if we break into smaller nations that because those problems they will, do you not think those problems will still cascade into smaller nations even if we broke into smaller nations?
If it was to break into smaller nation, those nations wouldn't really work, because the way Nigeria was already made, or the way the British people, the colonizers, built Nigeria, they built it to work as a nation. So as a country itself, Nigeria is great, but as a relationship, as for us to work together, it's not great. So if we break Nigeria down, maybe people will start loving each other better, but they wouldn't really grow as a country. They will just become that small country in Africa, that tiny country in Africa. But we wouldn't really become that giant, or none of that will ever happen. So if we want peace, we can break. But if we want to grow as a nation, then we have to stay together.
All right. Yes. Yes. I broadly agree with how you've put it. So thank you, Victoria. Stay with us. But the super chats come in, Victoria. They are pointed in your direction, and they often instances come from one main person, Alexander Gomez, and he's delighting in just your presentation and his super chats to say. It says nothing nothing quite as pleasant to the ears as an English accent. Just so proper and polite. So that's Alexander in your direction. And it carries on. It says, Victoria, thanks for educating some of us old enough to be your father. And I'm sure he can say that because it certainly can be. It says, Victoria, thanks for educating some of us old enough to be your father. I am very proud of you. We need folks of your mindset to move the country forward. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. And as I often say, the super chat is not the prerogative of Alexander Gomez. So the comment section should really be sparkling in multicolors of our super chats. That's usually the convention. And Alexander Akashe joins Alexander Gomez in the super chat space. It says a special recognition to Simeon and Divine Chi for the consistency and input on the platform. Much appreciated. Like, share, and subscribe. Thanks. So that is it. Because you see, the platform is actually split into two. There is the comment section posse, and then there is the on-screen posse. I wonder which one is the more exciting one. Sometimes I want to abandon the screen and go join them in the comment section. They have so much laughs there. So thank you for all that, Victoria. So we.
Wama, I'm sorry. Before you leave, Victoria, can I speak about the? I mean, if Nigeria is ripe for democracy, can I touch on it a little bit?
Okay, you want to have a conversation with her about it?
Yeah.
Carry on.
On that space.
Yeah, carry on.
For me, I've always said it that Africa, we are not for democracy. The reason being that democracy is very expensive and it gives room for corruption when our institutions are not strong. Even if our institutions are strong, there's still going to be corruption because as Black people, we are very greedy. So that is why I always want our leaders to take a cue from what is going on in China. I know people will say, "Oh, why would you want to?" Because what I feel China is practicing, I call it patriotic government. It's just China first in everything. So I do believe if we have leaders that are patriotic, that are loving, that love their people, that are not self-centered, that can govern us all around, we can start from Nigeria and begin to spread it. Leaders that just keep recycling. When they are getting old, it goes to another person. From region to region, we have these leaders, and we have leadership classes from primary school up to secondary school, leadership on how to be a leader.
If we are not suited to democracy, then what form of governance are we suited to?
I just said it. I mean, if you look like China.
Oh, you mean the Chinese system, one party state?
Yes. I'm telling you.
Do the people have a say in who governs them?
What we really
or should they?
For me, I think we need most as Africans is economic development, not party. Economic development, infrastructure. Okay, we need that. We need Africa to be developed.
So a benevolent dictator is what because that's what they have in China. A benevolent dictator.
I've never heard any Chinese person telling me that he can't do anything. He can't.
They're not allowed to speak. Yeah, do you think they're allowed? Do you think there's free speech in China?
There's no free speech in China. There is.
There is
free speech in China.
Oh, there is. Goodness me, there's not. They even have more free speech in North Korea than China.
No. There is free speech in China. The problem we have in Africa, mostly in Nigeria, we just want to be too liberal. That you can say, we want to be too liberal more than even the white people. I think that's just our problem. That's just our problem. We want to be in government. We want to do it the way the white people are doing it. and we should be very careful because our people have lived too many years, so many years in poverty, and we need to leave them out. Because if we keep fighting party from party, it's my turn now, it's your turn now. I don't know when Africans are going to come out of poverty, because we know even the West, they have their legs on our neck as well. So we need.
I'm not sure that I will be happy under a one-party state, because if I don't like the government, then what do I do?
That is why I said it's not just one person. These are people, hundreds of people that are making decisions.
Can I
interject one minute?
I'm just having my
yeah. Let's hear from Victoria. Let's hear from Victoria, then Tiger. Victoria, yeah. What are you making then of that as a proposition?
So he said something about Nigerians being like the Africans or Black people being stingy.
No, it says they are too dumb. They are too stupid to govern themselves.
True. Not true, but the only reason why that is possible is because for the longest of time, Africa as a continent has just been poor. Just basically in poverty for the longest time. And another problem is education. If you're educated, if you have knowledge, that someone said knowledge is key, and it's so true. And I can also use myself as an example. In Nigeria, when I was in Nigeria, I was just living my life there. But once I moved here and I started paying attention to just getting more knowledge from people. And when I mean by education, it doesn't have to also be school all the time that most people think. School is also an option to get knowledge. But you have computer, you have your phone. The amount of knowledge you acquire can make you can amazingly change the kind of person you are. And that's what Nigeria lacks the most. Knowledge and poverty. Because it's so easy to manipulate a poor man because he's desperate and he would do anything for you. And that's what politicians do. They get the poorest of poorest and they keep on making Nigerians poor because it's so easy to manipulate them. But if you have knowledge, you know that, and let's say you have knowledge and you're poor, because you have knowledge, you can take yourself out of poverty. You don't have to be a billionaire, but you have to be okay. And you cannot manipulate someone who has knowledge. You cannot come and tell me, go and clean my car, because I know who I am. But you can easily manipulate someone who needs money to, let's say, I don't know, but that's the problem of Nigeria. I don't think it's democracy or the China, the China government. It's just there's no education. ASO has been on strike for the longest of time. Ask yourself why? Because the government doesn't want the youth to know something. They don't want them to be able to have good jobs that actually pay. They want them to keep on getting paid under 30,000. That does nothing in our economy. What does that lead? It leads to insecurity. It leads to people who will go and rob because you're desperate. And that there is Nigerians' problem, the biggest problem.
All right, well put. So let's hear from Tiger, who wants to add on to what has been said, and then we're going to OVA, who might be leaving us soon. So Tiger, you wanted to come in.
Yes. I just want to touch down on the person who spoke before Victoria. I mean, when he interjected. Yeah. He said we Nigerians are greedy. But he forgot that every human being at best as the human being is because we don't have strong institution. If we have strong institution, if you are greedy, they can charge you to court. Then the court they can find you guilty. Then you know you are going to jail. But because we don't have strong institution in Nigeria, then people will do anything to get away with it. So it's not that we are greedy. Democracy goes along with strong institution because then you have separation of power. You have the executive, you have the judiciary, then you have the legislative arms of government. So once those ones, they can maintain their constitutional rights and stay on the lane which the constitution afford them, then politicians will not be able to get away with murder. So the reason being that we don't have strong institution. The government, they overrule the judge's decision, which in most countries like EU, if you're a member of EU, you cannot, you dare not do that. Otherwise, they will fine you. For example, Hungary carried out a constitutional amendment regarding the judiciary, and the EU were against it. Every day they fine Hungary about 1 million EU euro, 1 million euro. So Hungary now is owing EU almost like 200 million euro. So EU, they're not gonna concede. So until Hungary abide by that regulation. So if in retrospect, if Nigeria can have strong institution, then the politicians will not be able to get away with it. Then the legislative will not be able to get away with murder, because they can, all they need to do is go to court, and the court can pronounce sound judgment.
All right. Thank you, Tiger. A lot of that wrapped around what the conversation is about. Strong institutions, not strong men, is where we always land. Let me acknowledge Jafar super chat, and then we move the conversation on to Ovie, who I think we might be losing soon. It says, our system of government is not the problem, but our obsession with ill-gotten wealth is what has landed us where we are today as a nation. So that is it right there, corruption. You know, just because the problems with Nigeria, you don't really need to be Wole Soyinka or Albert Einstein. Everybody knows the problem is in open glare, the problems of Nigeria, and the solutions are in open and in easy reach too. So the problems in open glare, the solutions within easy reach, but the two, in the history of that nation, they've never been able to marry. Our system of government is not the problem, but our obsession with ill-gotten gains is what has landed us where we are today as a nation. So the wisdom being applied by Jafar via super chat. So thank you for the super chat, Jafar. As we go on to Ovie. So Ovie, good to have you. So Ovie, to it then and straight to it. Without subsidy, petrol will cost 462. Petrol will cost 462 naira per liter. Should we just remove that? Sorry, there's so much heavy feedback from you. So should we just remove that band-aid of petroleum subsidy once and for all and take the body blow? So should we remove that band-aid, just this subsidy space?
I totally believe that the cause of the hardship that is going to bring will be the problem. That's why they could not remove the subsidy. Because if we recall, Jonathan actually did around February or January before he left office. That led to the opposition taking advantage of that situation. They went all out on the street. And at the end of the day, we see the results. So that is actually the main problem. Who has the guts to say, you know what, I don't care if I lose the incoming election, but this is what I'm going to do. I don't care if they assassinate me, I'm going to go for it. Because all these are possibilities, are things that are on the table if you make that attempt. So I think that's where the problem is. Because with Nigeria, I mean, we were very, very we have that spirit of adaptation. Whatever the condition is, if petrol go 1,000 today now, we can only cry for a couple of hours before you see men, they bring out jerrycan and they go buy the same petrol. So, and I'm not saying that is a good thing.
You are saying before they see men, they have to necessarily buy it now. But they will not.
Exactly.
But the problem is that they will now be buying that jerry can to a quarter rather than a full jerry can, and then their quality of life is diminished from what it used to be.
One man, the way the country is, I think if the quality of our life diminish the more, that will force the masses to come together. I understand the last chart that Jafar put up, that is not our problem is not necessarily the system. It kind of tally with what Victoria and the other guy was saying, that is the institution. But what we keep forgetting is that we keep pointing at this problem as a third party. When we say ethnicity is the problem, now we Nigerians, now we be ethnicity, now we be religion, now we be the institution.
Yeah, but the problem is a third party, though. It's a third party. It's not the third party being the government, because there's the problem. There is the citizens that the problem vests upon, and then the third party, the government that is vesting the problem on the citizens.
Okay, I agree. But this government is made up of what or who? It's made up of us, me and you, one man. No be alien, no be other people.
It is not really made up of me and you. The people that have governed Nigeria, there is different breed, and there are small. Who has governed? You know, Nigeria has been governed only by about, you can count on 10 on your 10 fingers. Those that have governed Nigerians. They circle it round. So it's not as though you and I are included, as though, you know.
Well, man, I agree. That means the government that we are talking about is made up of some ruling class, some elites, some few people. Those people then against every other person else.
Goodluck Jonathan is the only Nigerian that has ever governed Nigeria. Only Goodluck in the history of that country. Goodluck Jonathan is the only Nigerian that has ever governed that country.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. So it is pretty much everywhere. But what about the remaining people now? Because one thing they have, I keep saying it, they have purpose, they have a aim to take power. What about the rest of us? We too they flex. Jafar said is the love of it getting wet. To some extent, I want to disagree with that, because if there is an institution that will check everybody where he or she is coming from, what he has, trust me, that zeal, that ability to say, okay, I'm going to have this, will change. That we are human beings. Everybody wants whatever that they can get. In as far as there's nobody to hold that person accountability, everybody will do it. So the institution we believe that yes, we need to checkmate all the system are mainly populated by ordinary citizens. Maybe only the heads of this institution are government, are this ruling class that put there. What about the base? It's the many guys. It made every one of us. So until we begin to internalize our problem and say, now me be the problem, now you be the problem, that's when solution will start coming. The issue of ethnicity, not be me, now we be the ethnicity now. The leaders are just using that as a vehicle to manipulate us. So now me and you, until we begin to see it like that, we are not going anywhere. We have to actually put that it's we against them, because that's how they see it. So if we keep saying this as if the problem just come from somewhere, it's come from hell, from Zion. No, now me and you, until we begin to say that in Nigeria that we talk about every day, it's me and you. Now we the human, consisting the government, the elite, whatever you want to classify them, it boils down to individual, me and you. So until we begin to say, okay, I am the problem. What am I doing wrong? What can I do? It might take a long time, but that is the only way out of this thing. There's no other way out. That's the point I'm trying to make. So we always like to speak in third party. Oh, Nigeria is bad. Oh, ethnicity. Oh, religion. Who are these people practicing all these things? If not be me and you. I mean, just use me and you now, just a phrase, but all the every other Nigerians, home and abroad. Until we begin to see like that, just because somebody in America is doing it, say, oh, Nigeria have a problem, they should do it like this. Who be they? We should do it like this. Me and you should impute. That is the only way we can actually get these people to actually that work for us, or we'll kick them out. But other than that, I'm sorry, we could just do one place the blame. Just as I always said, the easiest thing to do in any given society is to criticize. The next thing is to protest. Those are easy to do. Anybody can do all that. Both illiterate, educated, rich, poor. Anybody can do that. But when are we going to, say now, you know what? This criticism, this is that we know what the problem is. How do we make sure we come together and put into action? That's where we are. And those people who are the other side, the few ones that you just identified, they understand it perfectly well. So they will keep spending millions, billions of naira to make sure we never have that cohesiveness between us. So it's more of we at this point. Nigeria cannot get better until me and you get better, until me and you make that sacrifice. And again, the area that we that are alive now stop thinking about us. What can we get? It's better for us. Because it's not like, just as you made an analogy a couple of days ago, a few weeks ago, that the people within the age of what? 45 to 35, they've lost. I totally agree with you. And that is because we are still thinking about us, when it could be my time, when it could be this. Rather for us to start thinking about the next generation, 2, 3, 4, 10 generations to come. If we don't think about the next generation to come, guess what? They will come and still doing the same complaint that me and you are complaining today. We only think about us. What can I get before I'm 50? What can I get before I die? You're already here. You are going to die anyway. You don't know when or how. So the earlier we start thinking about, okay, the next generation that are going to be here by 2030, by 2050, by 2060, what is the country we are going to leave for them? The earlier we start thinking like that, the better for us. But again, those same few leaders, they understand that no, we can't think that far. Just like Victoria said, they are using poverty as a weapon. And at this point, majority of Nigeria are beginning to understand that that is a fact. But we keep allowing it to happen. I'll give you one example. I remember when we go West African game in Abuja there, for Abuja there, consists of about almost all the West African countries. We were with the host, the kind of group for Nyanya for secondary school. Ghana's then come, all those other Benin, every other country come, they put them for hotel, night on Sheraton. Of course, when you vote, we say no. And this is not just track and field. This is pretty much about 8 sports, including soccer and all that kind of stuff. We say, no, this is not going to happen. We can't stay here. Now, we're the host. We are supposed to have the best of treatment. If there's anything like that, we say, the minister must come. We must talk to the minister. They deliberately allow us to start whining from like 12 noon till night. When night comes, guess what? People begin complaining that they're hungry. They're hungry. I want you. Soon as they notice that, now food falling. I remember standing out there and say, God, the more we eat this food, they don't defeat us. People will complain, say, women there among us. They say, oh, these women, they don't chop lunch. As soon as they start eating, now the minister come, begin pull out the heads, the captains and the coaches. Then they say, this. Those guys come, begin tell us grammar. We slept there. We lived there for like a week. So the problem really are us. And this one will be saying now, that's like young people, healthy. And I tell my team, they say, come, Nigeria cannot do without us for the next 5 years. If they decap all of us, if they ban all of us, guess what? Before they will reach another generation of us that can represent them within the near future, it's practically impossible. But still, so once they understand that we are too federation in hunger, food, what we will get, this. They understand, so they keep making sure all their policies, keep us where we are. And we don't understand it because guess what? It's easy for us to say, oh, not the president, oh, not the governor, oh, not the institution, the work. As if these people are untouchable, as if they are alien to us, as if that is the only way we can think. So the problem is us, me and you. Forget all these leaders. I know they even see them as a problem again. So we believe that they are very few. Election is coming. Just like you said, there are a lot of things that will happen before the election, about 10 stages I heard you describing. That's a fact. But what are we going to do about it? Or be that the young people, of the Southern extraction are believing in. It's gambalanting all over the world. Why the competitors are putting structure together and making the right people do what is needed to be done to win an election? They travel up and down. Just like Victoria said, it's more like a destination rather than a vehicle. And now we make him. He was nobody 6 months ago. Now see the Nigerian youth where they believe saying that the system their problem, now the leaders their problem. And then see they push this destination, set up the vehicle as you said. But what will be the problem? Another thing again is education. We are miseducated. I keep saying it. Now exactly the way the people who come colonize us expect us to be behaving. That's exactly what we are doing. We are doing at the fullest. They educate us to start behaving and thinking like they thinking that yes, that side is the better. That is the only way. You ask the question again at the cost of you interacting with Victoria, that she think that Western system of democracy and government is good for us. The answer is no. We have to tailor that to fit our own way of life. But of course, it's very difficult because they don't teach us. All we know is how it's been done in England, in US, in France, in India. That's all we know. That's what is in our textbooks. Nobody teach us how about Benin they use that palace they rule Benin Kingdom, or if leadership or the Kanu Caliphate, how they rule themselves that time. Nobody teach us that, and there's a reason for that. Because if you say they teach us that history, guess what? We will not go they confused as we they confused. It just so the education system is totally bastardized. That the way they train us now, way they behave, we are a bunch of confused people. So we need to go back to that basis. Now it's not just about us anymore. We have to make sure we implement way of the best system of government that we can guide and going forward, not for us, but for the next generation. We have to go back to our nursery and primary school and start teaching them another way of how things is done. Because the same thing, if I go back to the primary school I go now, I would not be surprised that the same syllabus where they use teaching and they use teaching. So the foundation now will be the foundation, and it's very faulty. Just like Victoria said.
Do you think? Do you think the petroleum subsidy, because they are due to remove it? What is suggesting that is what is actually stated that it is going to be removed from June 2023, which will be a month after his administration. So a lot of things to speculate to that space. One is leaving a landmine for whoever comes in. He's leaving that landmine. But the other thing is that if you're really a conspiracy theorist, if you really theorize conspiracy to its depth, then you can suggest that they've used they've done, because let's start from 2014 when Buhari told us that the oil subsidy is a scam, that there is no such thing. So if it is a scam, and in the course of his administration, they spent close to about 40 billion on oil subsidy, that is to say that they've looted 40 billion. So if he's blocking then that opportunity to loot, is he creating a tier of wealth amongst his own people, then making it impossible for others to come and do an equal looting, to create a money-rich elite of his own people that will forever use that leverage over the Nigerian space? Do you understand that, or am I being too extreme in that theory?
Yeah, I mean, you are not far-fetched from what you just put out there. But what this administration is doing is just trying to make sure they take our attention away from that, because there's pressure now. They want to take our attention away from there. I think they succeeded by saying, oh, in June, you not go there here. I guarantee you, I don't care if it's Bola Tinubu that is coming after him. It will not happen. Because just as you said, Buhari said subsidy, which word he used again? That is nonsense, right?
Yeah, it says it's a scam.
That was when Goodluck was making an attempt to remove it. So he has to speak to the yearning of the populace there. Everybody is there. I mean, you saw the rally. Who in this country? Because I got business lines, intellectuals, everybody, royal father, they all came out against a man that is trying to do something that will actually benefit everyone in the long run. That's where that statement is coming from. Now, rubbish. But you have to find out to the people that us when they complain too much. We complain. That's all we can do. And they understand that when you complain, I'll tell you complain that, because guess what? I will need you in the coming election for you to vote for me. So him putting into June when you know go there around, go they flex. So pretty much, okay, let's assume if Tinubu no come back, I think when I come back, Congo should not come back, or the Labour Party come back, they will not try it. Because as soon as they make that move, the other party, the other political parties will gang up and start firing the people where they complain, which is me and you, because when they complain because of the action, just as you said, once the petrol increases, not just the petrol now, every other commodity will increase. Of course, the standard of life will become high. And guess what? The opposition party will switch to action and start catering to our complaint. Just so we vote the president out. So they understand it. He's just trying to take our attention away, and they succeeded. Who's talking about impeachment now, one man? You don't forget now 6 weeks, then give Buhari. Who's talking about it? Because we are not talking about it.
No, the time has not elapsed yet. I'm still
okay, that was not elapsed, but it's never reached. I didn't know back in section when they come back for their recess, or whatever they call it. But it's because we are not talking about, we are not complaining. Anything we they complain about, that's what they will put fire on. Because they know us. We know how to complain. We know too much. Because all we know is how America works, how India works, how people work. How come we are not working? But again, what they did not teach us about all those systems around the world is their own real history, how they get to where they are, the sacrifice they make, the kind of corruption that took place, how barbaric they were. We don't know that. How many of us know about even the slavery that happened? I don't know until I come to America, I understand the depth of what happened. They just tell us that black people are lazy. We all know in our textbooks. So we just have to start holding ourselves accountable. Now, instead of insulting ourselves based on our religion, based on who we support, there's a better conversation to have. Because guess what? Whoever becomes president is going to present over every one of us. And they are not even consulting us. They are not. They go Abeokuta, they go Mina, they go London. Nobody, they come Market Square. Go address the market women. Go address the people with the street. Nobody, because guess what? We don't count. Because when that time reaches, they know the button to press and we will run to line up and vote for them. It's as simple as that. That's why I keep saying that. We, the masses, we no count, but people, they say, I don't know what's at the top. The most important election within this presidential system is the primary election, to which me and you are not allowed to take part. Few of their friends.
So hold on. Is that not the case globally? And you are saying as though it's something peculiar to Nigeria. Is that not the case globally?
Yeah, but we don't have to do what is obtainable globally if it's not working for us.
It is working globally. We're just misapplying it.
No, one man, tell me where they work. I'll tell you how they take it there.
It works in the well. There you are. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can take we have to reinvent the wheel.
At this point, we have to, because where will they go? Just no destination to the world. You come, you die, you go. So it's not that we are missing out. We are not going to miss out anything. We are not missing out. Now, future generation will miss out, which is good. I don't care. But let the incoming generation enjoy what we are going to put in place for them. So we can invent the wheel. We don't have to do 100%, but we have to twist it to our own way of life, what we understand. Mr. Alexander Kume, with all due respect, he put it out there that the sound of English language is very pleasant to hear. As far as I'm concerned, I disagree with you. Imagine this now, Yoruba, what they speak here, outside they speak here. It will be more educative and people will gain more. I don't think anybody will disagree with me here. If now on that level we are able to find and they interact all these things, people will get more. This platform will be full because people from our village will know about this platform and they will be listening. But there are a lot of people who are interested. They will just come and say, "Come, which kind of gibberish will they talk about?" Because they don't understand it. So the idea is, oh, the English will sound pleasant in our area. It's not progress as far as I'm concerned. We are not making any progress. Reinventing the wheel is not going to stop us to get to it. There's no destination as far as I'm concerned. Nobody is going to come out of this world alive. They are just setting standard and they expect us to follow the kitty. That's bullshit.
If you reinvent the wheel, you have not invented anything. You evolve the wheel's function. Is what you do.
Can I quickly ask? Can I quickly ask Ovi a question?
Carry on.
Ovi, they did. One man asked you about if Africa is ripe for democracy. You said that we have to invent. Can you just give us some idea of what the kind of government you want, that how Africa should be governed, in your own opinion?
How were we governed before we the August visitors?
So you want us to be governed you want us to be governed the way our like the Obas were in the old and were governing those days?
If we stay with that system, would have evolved to a better way, would have refound it. That's what education is for. We would have found it.
No, I don't believe that was.
I don't believe that was. We want to catch up. There's no way we can catch up with what we don't understand. We cannot catch up. It's like people, they go there left, we they go right. That's exactly how it is. Just look, okay, let's even put let's analyze all the system going around the world. China doesn't necessarily care about what is going on in the Western world. That's how they govern. We can criticize our system of government for all we care, but guess what? An average Chinese man they're not that hungry as we are hungry. Today they are giving the war power they run for their money. But one man read an article about India. India don't run the way that every other one. In fact, they are celebrating the fact that they are overtaking their colonial masters.
Oh, yeah, can I interject?
India runs a parliamentary system.
But with their own version of parliamentary system, they're not able to understand that the blow camera they have. They are 1.4 billion for God's sake. People they thought it was too much. They are 1.4 billion people with diverse heritage, just like us.
And if India wasn't running a democracy, they would have been strong as China.
What is democracy? I'm just this democracy.
I don't know where you're going, but let's take Imlokon's interjection, and then you round up that space, and then we'll move the conversation on. Imlokon, you wanted to say?
It was me, woman. It's Tiger.
Oh yeah, Tiger. Oh yeah, carry
on. Ovie, you forget that China, they're not mainly homogeneous people. They're not homogeneous people, but majority speak Mandarin, and they almost have the same culture. In Nigeria, right? Tribalism, ethnicism is there at play. So if you want us to go to former system of government, how would you? So do you want us to go back to in the Yoruba area or your empire, Bekuta, and all the rest in the Igbo area, all the nooks and cronies of the villages, and also in the north, Kanuri, in the Hausa area, in the northwest area, Emirate? Is that how you want us to go back to? That's my question.
Okay, you briefly made the point I made earlier. You said tribalism and ethnicity. Who are these tribalism and ethnicity? Still me and you.
Yeah, because this is like, for example, in China, tribalism is not at play. That's what we are saying. It's not at play.
How did they arrive at that? Because that's not how it was in the beginning. They actually put into consideration what they all have in common. Forget their differences. What do we have in common? How can we explore what we have in common for the better good of all?
Okay.
Then differences will fade out automatically.
My answer to your question would be this. And in the 60s, before the military intervention, we have a system, at least that was at least 60% okay for Nigerians until the military people intervene. At least if we go back to that setup, we might build up on that again. So the system we have now, we don't have strong institution. So we don't have things laid out properly. So it's gonna go haywire. But if we go back to 1960 Constitution, whatever, First Republic, what the founding fathers, what they laid down for the nation, then we might work on that and progress, because we are progressing.
All right, we're getting somewhat. I'm lost. Sorry, we're getting to some ideological space. I think the audience are not even. I'm not sure if anybody understands the conversation you're having. But just round off in a couple of sentences, Ovie, and then I want to go on to Thomas. To you, Ovie.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the other time we start finding a way to blame the third party, which even the first, the second, the third party, and me and you, the better for us.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ovie. Let me go on from Ovie to Thomas.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, sorry, Ovie. Yeah. So let me go on from Ovie to Thomas. So Thomas, to you, and sorry, Thomas, are you ready to go?
Mama, only one question you asked me. Sorry.
Yeah, but you were half an hour, 40 minutes. But let me take you to another space, the Peter Obi space. But please be succinct with this. OBI-DATTI react to alleged violation of Electoral Act. So this is Obi again. The act says that no foreign money in Nigerian politics, and he's going around the world with his begging bowl, begging for dollars and pounds. So at the first step, he has flouted the electoral laws. Should he be kicked off the ballot, Ovie?
Yeah, I think somebody actually raised this concern yesterday. I don't know if it's Kulata, but somebody actually raised
it was Kulata,
right? And of course, the obedient platform call his bluff. That he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, the most interesting thing, thank God I was at that event 2 days ago, because I was listening to Shehu and Shehu of Channels now and Pat Otomi. Exactly this same question that you just put up was asked. That they didn't know that the current electoral act actually prohibit foreign money. The guy, what baffles me was that he bluntly denied. He said, well, they are not raising money. People just organize dinner, lunch, and they were invited to come and speak. And that's what they are doing. What they do is to answer to invitation. That, oh, it's a tradition in America when somebody is organizing a dinner, a breakfast, people can contribute and pay that. And I was like, wow, Pat. I was sitting right there in that hall 2 days ago when the first speaker among the high table, the Ogas, said it. That yes, we know they ask for, we know they give shishi, we know they ask for shishi, but we need money to run our election, to fund those structures that they say we don't have. Those are his words.
Okay. Is that not a misrepresentation of what he said? That's a misrepresentation of what he said. That what Shehu asked him was the stuff that they are going for. Who is paying for that? He now said that they don't know. They were just invited, and which is true. It wasn't Obi that organized those the meetings they're having in the US. Those are private human individuals organizing those.
Joel,
so that's what Shehu asked him. So he told him that, yeah.
Joel, please, you are using this to.
So what did I say?
Let me quickly say something. Let me quickly say something.
Go ahead.
My own take is that this law, if you are a Nigerian, whether you live in Nigeria or you live here in the diaspora, and you are not kicking against this, it's so. I mean, it's disappointing that we are not going to kick. We should kick against this law, right, that they have inserted in it and said that we cannot contribute. I mean, that is what is going on right now.
Are you hold on, everybody? Hold on, everybody. Yeah, sorry. Oh, can you hold on? Sorry, that's not the law. The law is saying you cannot have foreign money in Nigerian elections. They're not saying Nigerians cannot contribute to a candidate's fundraising.
So Nigerians in the diaspora, are we foreign?
Yeah, a lot of you are.
How? With all due respect, Wama, we should kick against this. We cannot play with
See, you are getting it wrong. Sorry to interject. You are getting it wrong. Can you actually identify the people who are contributing this money? All of them? If you can do that, that means you don't have anything to worry about. that's where the question is. That's where the thin line is. Can you identify everybody that is contributing $1.50 to this cause? You can't. We just use on the name of Nigerian diaspora. No, but as just like I don't even know what in Joel they thought. You are repeating what I said. That's exactly what it is. But I'm telling you what transpired in that hall 2 days ago. I was there live. I hear them. I was looking at the man. What they need that money for?
If you have pledged, hold on. Okay. If you have pledged your allegiance to the United States, then you are a foreigner. If you have
please, one man, please. Let's not go there. That is embarrassing.
Well,
I do not think. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? It is embarrassing. If you're saying that they should be more careful or identify those that are donating, that is different. But to say that as Nigerians that we cannot contribute to our own nation, that is.
They didn't say that.
Joel, nobody has said that. Now. So why are you arguing? Hold on. Why are you arguing against what has not been said?
No, but they're saying that the diaspora money. Can I finish, please? When they asked Pat to tell me about the donations, he said that people are going to donate. That is, Nigerians are going to donate. Then they're telling them that Salami is saying that that money will be confiscated by the time it gets to our borders. And I am saying, why should that be? If you don't send money to Nigeria ordinarily, so what is wrong for what to contribute?
Joel, why do you always listen to argue? Why do you always listen to argue? Yeah? Nobody says you not send money.
I'm telling you what happened in India. I'm listening to argue.
No, nobody says you should not send money. The question there is that by the time they called the presidential candidate to come and account for this money, can they actually identify everyone that contributed to that cause as a Nigerian?
Please. Now you are. Hey, that's what I'm saying. The people here, that's what see. If we are going to do crowdfunding, if I'm going to send money, for instance, my name is going to be added there. Is that also? Are you going to contribute namelessly? You're going to put your name there that this is how much you contributed. The one I said my bank first and second one
again. You are arguing what is not there. Showore did the same thing. Showore go for me, they collect money. There was no big deal. They are just saying this that when the time arrived and the question is, can you identify it? And before you make case for Pato Tomi, it denied the American tour first before it now said, oh, as soon as in a week or 2 weeks time, there's going to be portal that will spring up everywhere online that Nigerians can contribute. That's when she was saying, who are these Nigerians? So I don't know why they argue.
No. So see, you see that that's not getting it. Salami came out earlier on. To say that any money that is donated from the offshore, that is the law. That is what Shehu was put into Otomi. That the new law.
So what am I saying?
Hold on, gentlemen. Let's hear from Pato Tomi. Let's see. Because, let's see if we can get that space. Hold on.
Oil is giving it far less than diaspora remittances. Nigeria is actually on a life support system held up by the diaspora. So if we get that diaspora to put all these people who are sending money for burial from
all right, Prof. Yeah, so essentially, Prof, if we summarize, and I premise the first question on the essence of the diaspora support you're seeking, because essentially, what will make your
country more or less will be ready, and Ratimara Rao became Prime Minister of India. Rao appointed Finance Minister.
Go further.
And two of new policies that were put in place.
I think it was pretty much towards the last end of the interview.
Totally on
25 subsection A, B, C, D of the Nigerian Electoral Act 2000
are so connected to the deals that they can make for themselves rather than the service of the people in the process.
Prof,
so that's what we're trying to do.
Let me jump in quickly on the issue you mentioned on the hopes of sourcing funds from abroad. And I'd like to probably bring section 225 of the Constitution and section 85, subsection A, B, C, D of the Nigerian Electoral Act 2022 to your notice about the source of funding for campaign and how the law looks at it. Are you worried or are you aware about what the law says and getting funds for party activities and campaign funding outside of Nigeria?
Chenwo, I'm completely aware of what the law says. If we open a portal and say Nigerians who want to support what we stand for should contribute
no,
to it.
The question you're looking for, just go back a little bit.
Can't go to a portal and contribute $1, and those at home, then you take it because of the transaction costs that are involved, the trade-offs that have to be made, such that eventually when people get to power, they find that what trumps is power and not purpose. They forget the purpose because there are so many deals, IOUs, payoffs to win the election, that in the end, we get the politics of politicians, for politicians, by politicians, and not a democracy that is for the people and by the people. That's why Nigeria is where it is today, crippled, lying prostrate before the world, in spite of its...
Just hold on. The next question.
Because Nigerian politicians are so connected to the deals that they can make for themselves rather than the service of the people in the process.
Prof,
so that's what we're trying to do.
Let me jump in quickly on the issue you mentioned on the hopes of sourcing funds from abroad. And I'd like to probably bring section 225 of the Constitution and section 85, subsection A, B, C, D of the Nigerian Electoral Act 2022 to your notice about the source of funding for campaign and how the law looks at it. Are you worried or are you aware about what the law says and getting funds for party activities and campaign funding outside of Nigeria?
Chenwo, I'm completely aware of what the law says. If we open a portal and say Nigerians who want to support what we stand for should contribute to it. If you say Nigerians abroad can't go to a portal and contribute $1 and those at home, then you take into a point beyond. First of all, you've prevented them from voting. Every other small African country manages to allow diaspora to vote. Ghana, Kenya, everybody. In Nigeria, they can't vote because Nigerian politicians are afraid that because they are more clear-thinking people, if they vote, they would not likely win elections. You've already done that. That has created a class warfare between Nigerians who are excluded from their democracy and those allowed, because currently bad-performing politicians are afraid that right-thinking Nigerians abroad will vote. Now you say they can't even give 100 naira to a candidate. Are you clear what you are saying? Do you believe yourself?
Prof, I mean, it is not what I believe or it is what the law says. It's about what section 225.
I'm just telling you the truth of what you're saying.
Yeah, no, you might have a problem with what the law says, but the law is what the law is.
But I just want to show that Smart ADM is proposing changing the Electoral Act. Maybe that's one of the things they should be changed.
So, but presently, because you have told us tonight that you have plans to source funds from diaspora, and now there is a contravention. Yeah. So, but are you worried that? So, what the law says, Prof, is that such funds are going to be forfeited. If such funds are found that they are coming from outside of Nigeria, they are going to be forfeited. What ways are you putting up to ensure that you don't run foul of the law?
I am shocked that you, who watched the candidates in the PDP and APC share US dollars in Nigeria, and they are not in jail. that you could be saying such.
I'm asking a question, Prof.
Can there be anything more of a travesty
This is not my view, Prof. I'm asking a question based on what the law says. And this is the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not a document that I wrote, Prof. I'm just asking a question that are you aware of what the law says?
You're the victim of the law. You're a victim. So I won't push it to you. You're the victim of it. The law. What we're saying is that we're going to have a portal and every Nigerian can go in and make their contribution. What can be more democratic than that? If there's a law that opposes that, that law is fundamentally flawed, does not deserve the name of law. Look, let's talk about law. You know, there's a lovely little book written in 1850.
Well, all right, let's pause it there for a moment. So if the law doesn't, if I don't agree with the law, then I'm not going to abide by it. It's essentially what it's saying. So that seems to be the, so it's an admission of law breaking, which is sufficient enough to kick him off the ballot. So Peter Obi, by law, really should be X'd from the race.
One man.
That's obvious. Yeah.
Okay.
I would not advocate for that. The guy should go all the way. I would not advocate for that. But
a lawbreaker.
Well, he hasn't been proven yet. Yeah, this is just an assumption that money is coming from abroad. So that's why
hold on. Pato, Tommy said they were canvassing for money abroad. So there's an admittance there.
No, but he went ahead to say Nigerians abroad. So it now left for the other of the opposition party or the Nigerian citizen to take them to court for them to come and prove that every cover that they receive, they are all coming from Nigerians in diaspora. But until that somebody take that upon themselves or the opposition party do that and sue them, I mean, it's just going to
be... We already have an evidence on this platform. Joel said he sent 1 million to Nigeria. So are you doubting that?
Yeah, you go still need to approach court now. Now, so that they take disqualify person just because you don't want I go make you go. You go approach court now. We are country of law. If you want to be no contest,
hold on. Do you think INEC should institute an investigation because there's sufficient enough of they've by their own admission just told that they flouted the laws. Should INEC not act?
Yeah, I'm very sure the opposition are paying attention. They are the one that will actually take this over. Me as a Nigerian was my stake, but there are people who are designated to take this case to the next level. They still have to be sued. Just because either PDP or APC say, oh, we then disqualify and they'll come disqualify them. I don't think it works like that. It's a law, so they still have to go to court. They will dig it out there. If they can't prove it, if they prove it, fine. If they cannot prove it, of course, they break the law. But until then.
So does the law say that if you get money, does the law say that if you get money, that you get disqualified?
Man, I don't know, Joel. I
don't know why you're all worked up.
Joel. This is very clear.
What does the law say? Hold on. It could still be that the law says that if you get money from abroad, then there will be, like he said, forfeiture, right? It could be that's the penalty. So I'm only asking, what does the law say about getting campaign funding? Does it lead to disqualification? I don't know why you're worked up. It's just an.
Did you listen to the interview? Did you listen to the interview that they just played?
I listened to it. I listened to it far before it became.
What is it that you don't understand?
There's nothing I don't understand there. It is clear that they're telling you that disenfranchising you abroad because first you're being disenfranchised. Second, you cannot even contribute, but they can take your money. Come on.
Go ahead. We shouldn't. You don't argue about this. I think what we should be kicking against, what we should be talking about, is that this law shouldn't stand. We shouldn't be trying to, we are using. We should. It's like we are encouraging this law that it should stand. We shouldn't encourage it.
No, you can't say the law shouldn't stand because you flouted it now.
No, it is not because me flouted it. You tomorrow. I mean, this.
So if Atiku had gone to Dubai to bring Dubai money into the Nigerian election, people will be asking for his head.
Dubai
So
money.
why should
Dubai money?
If he goes to Dubai to go and canvass for money from his Arab friends?
No, is this Arab? Is this how he's doing it? Let's be straight here. It's bad. This law is evil, and it should be.
Look at this guy. No,
you're one man. I don't Arab friends. I don't Arab friends Nigerians. Joel.
Are the people giving Peter Obi money? Are they Nigerians?
Am I not Nigerian?
I don't know what you are.
You don't know what I am.
Okay. You are in a position to tell me. I can't tell you what you are. You know.
I am a full-blown Nigerian. My names are Ejindo.
What passport do you carry? What passport do you carry? What passport
I have
do you carry?
I have dual citizenship.
Dual citizenship.
Yes. I have dual citizenship. Just like everyone here.
What you should be angry about? What you should be angry about is that it's your representative in the National Assembly. How did they allow this law to pass to first the second and it was passed into law? You are hold on, Ovie. You can't criticize the law because the law is already a law. It has been assented to by the president, and it's a law that obtains in Nigeria. So whether it's a good law or a bad law, that is subject to an academic debate and subject to you pressuring your representatives. But as it obtains, can you hold on? As it obtains now, it is the law. So whether it is a good law or a bad law, or you like it or you don't like it, as it obtains now, it is the law. Yes, I agree. We are saying the same thing. Wait, sorry, let me make this point. What I'm saying is that instead of us crying now when the head is already, or when the law has already been ascended to, you should have cried when the thing was in the National Assembly and the Senate, when they were doing the first read, the second read, before they ascended, they passed it to law and the president ascended to it. That is when you should be having this conversation. It is too late. The law has been passed. Just like what man said, there's nothing we can do about it. The only thing you can do about it is still have to go back to the beginning.
We can do something about it. We can do something about it. We're going to send the money to Nigeria and donate it to Nigeria portal. If that makes sense. But that money must be sent, and we must fund him.
So hold on. Are you saying you are going to try to circumvent the law?
We are not circumventing the law, but my right as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees me the right to donate to whoever I want to donate. I cannot leave that country, go make my money, and you're telling me who to donate to. I am going to donate to the campaign of Peter Obi, whether it is a waste or not. I am donating to it. If they don't want it from here, I will send it to Nigeria and donate it from Nigeria. After all,
you will be circumventing the law.
After all, when they ban Twitter in Nigeria, people were still using Twitter, right? I will still send my money to Nigeria and give it to Obi. Period. I mean,
fine. Nobody is going to stop you now. But when the opposition party took it up, that's where you know whether you did the right thing or the wrong thing. You can save money as you want. Nobody's going to stop you. I don't think anybody is going to stop you. But you are at the same time endangering your own candidate. Because guess what? The opponents are going to capitalize on it. This is a competition, remember? Anything goes. They are going to capitalize on it and make sure it went through hell. Even if it's going to win the case in the court, but they will still make sure they dislodge him from his campaign strategy. That is all. That is what the competition will be doing. So that doesn't make you no say money. Say if you want to say, I don't think there's nobody to tell you that. But
I just think it's sufficient enough to expunge Obi from the.
Yeah, the law will take its course. Obviously, the law will take its course if the opposition people or Nigerians take it up. That is where you will now understand that. Oh, I wish I shouldn't have sent this money. Oh, thank God I sent this money. That's why I said at this point, it is your money. Do whatever you want to do with it. But guess what? Come tomorrow, people will capitalize on exactly your action and make sure it works against you. It's a very free process.
All right, one at a time. But so I want to round off that space. So thank you, V. So let me acknowledge Jafar's super chat, and then I want to go on to Thomas for reasons of time. To round off that space, Jafar super chat to say, Pat Utomi equally said they are going to launch a portal for diaspora to contribute to their campaign, even though it is illegal. I was shocked. So here it is, a law unto themselves. You know, this is the second time. Remember the declaration of asset space. When Obi was governor of Anambra State, he was required to declare his asset, but he was hiding his dealings in some offshore space. And then he said he did not know that the law required that he declared assets that he jointly owned with other people, even though he's a banker and a governor. So it's just you can't pick and choose the laws that you abide by, but there it is, and this is the going on. It should be expunged from the ballot. That is what should happen to serve as a deterrent to others.
Mama, can I please say something?
Oh, okay. Have that say, but from that, then I'll go on to Thomas four times. So yeah.
Yeah, I just want to call, like, if we remember what happened between the Russian scandal in America, I believe this law is trying to like prevent the country from like the end of foreign countries interfering with our election. Okay, so there's something good about this law. So we got to be careful. I hear some people already calling it that the law is bad. There's a reason why it's there. Okay, other countries shouldn't be interfering with our election by putting money on candidates. So the Labour Party.
What are you even talking about?
Hold on,
who are foreigners? Are you a foreigner?
It's illegal money now.
Those that are donating the money, one way or the other, how would the government knows if they are foreigners or they are just Nigerian diaspora that don't have the passport? That's the problem.
One thing I want to say here again is that the fact that you don't like the Labour Party.
There we are.
No,
there we are. We always end up there.
Let me finish my talk, man. Because it might come again tomorrow to bite you.
We got
whatever
there.
is bad, and we should stand against this. This is what I'm saying.
We always get there so quickly, but there it is. Because they don't like the Igbos. That's where we always end up. So thank you. So this is what's always happens. So we open up that conversation, and then it gets to that guilt tripping. Let's take the conversation on to Thomas. Thomas, you're up next, and to speak to the first, or maybe I should take you to a different space. Also, are you there, though, Thomas? Thomas, are you there?
I'm there. I'm waiting.
All right, brilliant. Senate moves against same-faith tickets. So now they are saying after 2023, they are looking to institute in law that the presidential space especially would not have a same-faith dual ticket. So do you agree with that?
Thank you, Waman. Good evening, everyone, to all the panelists and our listeners. Please like, share, and subscribe. Waman, I think it's time to take religion out of our politics arena. To me, it's very ridiculous when they are talking about religion. We know we can't take religion out of our politics. Fine, we can do that on our own. But passing it into law, to me, it's very ridiculous to me. It doesn't make any sense. For Nigeria to move forward, we have to take religion out of our politics totally.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yes, what that means is that this law you are talking about is going to the religious side, which I don't like. I know this law is being targeted at Tinubu Muslim ticket, and I've said this times without number. I'm a Christian. I don't care about Muslim ticket. As a Yoruba man, I don't care. I have Muslim in my family, close family. I don't discriminate if you are a Christian or if you are a Muslim or of other religion, I don't care who you serve. I care who the person I'm dealing with. So I know this is been targeted at Tinubu Muslim ticket, and I know it will rarely fail. The person that even raised this Muslim ticket something on the house to, I think it's Saturday, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So yes, yeah. So they are targeting Tinubu. I don't care. I don't care about Muslim tickets. I don't care about Christian tickets. I don't care about anything, one man. I care about the person that will move the country forward. That is what I cared about. I don't care. Tomorrow, Olumba can be on the boat ticket. I don't care. I want competent person to be on the ticket. That's what I care about. So if Nigeria,
but Nigerians care about religion, though, as we saw from the backlash against the Muslim tickets. Nigerians care about that sort of thing.
Yes, you're right. Nigeria cares about it, as a person, me, I'm a Christian, I'm a Yoruba man. I don't care about it because I have Muslim in my family, close family. So I don't discriminate Muslim. I don't discriminate. So if Nigerian cares, if the Senate cares, they should pass it into law. But to me, I expected them to just throw the bill into the bin totally, because it doesn't make any sense. Now we are trying to gang against ourselves. Even people shouting about Muslim tickets, they are trying to gang against the Muslims. And we know how Muslim, those are fanatics among them, how they will take this Muslim ticket, as we are talking about it every time. We think he has disappeared, people have moved on, but people are still talking about it. How will they think that you are being a little bit racist against them or so? Even though I'm a Christian, I'm not happy about the Muslim ticket. But in other way, I don't care. Because Muslim or woman, I have a neighbor of Muslim. That is the best neighbor I've ever had in my life. Even Christians that I have as a neighbor, they are not good people. I have Muslim people that are good people, good neighbors. Before I left Nigeria, even those we call ourselves Christian, we attended the same regime. They are still backbiting at my back. And the Muslims are my best friend in my 8th flat. I was living in Lagos then. So Muslim, I don't care. But Nigeria, if Nigerians care, they should pass it into law. But as me, as a person, I'm talking for myself. I don't care, one man.
All right, brilliant. And the fuel subsidy space, the NNPC is telling us yes, the NNPC, yes, they're telling us without fuel subsidy, petrol will cost 462 naira per liter, which is over 100% of what it costs at the moment. So that fuel subsidy space, what solution is there? Because the country cannot afford the subsidy, but then the population cannot afford petrol without the subsidy. So what's the pathway, Thomas?
Oh, thank you, Wama. Wama, I have a suggestion. I don't know. I know the government parastatals, they are listening to us. I don't know even if it's even viable, if it is something that we can put to place. Wama, why can't we give all these countries that have refineries, why can't we give them the crude oil, then exchange of fuel? Is it possible? So that we don't, even if we haven't fixed our what they call it, the refineries, we can still good. I don't know, maybe it's possible. I'm making sense here. We just give them the crude oil and they give us fuel in return, like trade and barter. I don't know, maybe it's possible. That is just what I've been thinking since people have been saying about it, because we can't continue like this. Even for us to pay the subsidy, it's even difficult for us, one man. And even if we remove the subsidy, it will be difficult for Nigerians as well. So it's a two-way thing that it's just like a dilemma. Like you can't go front, you can't go back, you can't go back, you can't go front. But if removing it will help us, it's better we remove it. But if removing it is going to end up in people embezzling the money again and there will not be any change, I don't think we should remove it, because they have to just think twice what to do about removing this fuel subsidy. Because one man, 400 and something naira per liter. One man, that is it's going to be difficult for Nigerians. Even people paying now 100 and maybe 165, or what are they paying now? People are still lamenting. The citizens are still lamenting. So if they remove it and the fuel go to that amount of money, 400 plus, one man, crime will be so rampant. We are talking of crime now that is rampant. It will be more rampant. More people will go into criminality. I don't advise that. If they remove it and we see the dividends of removing it, they should remove it. But if we're not going to see the dividends of removing it, they should just leave it like that, one man, for Nigeria to be safe.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And Thomas, have you spoken on the Peter Obi space and his American dollar bodies?
Yes, that's what I'm waiting for, one man.
Yeah.
To me. So Peter Obi as a presidential candidate, if you are not ready to abide by the rules and regulation of the electoral body, you are not fit for purpose. If you want to be a president of a nation and you are not abiding by their rules and regulations, I don't think anybody should vote for that kind of person. Even the rules is good or not. But for now, as we are speaking now, the rules are there to follow. There should not be any foreign assistance in our election. And somebody have said it earlier on. Maybe they want to do that because of the Russia and US saga in the time of Trump. So if Peter Obi is ready to abide by the rules and regulations, he should follow the rules and regulations squarely. If he's not ready to do that, one man, I know 50% of his campaign money will come from the diaspora. Let me just put it in that number, 50%, and we have an evidence on this, even this platform. Joel said he has been assisting them, campaigning all about Nigeria. It's a diaspora money. Even though Joel is a Nigerian, fine. But how can we differentiate from all the...
Is Peter Obi suggesting that he's not aware of that law, or is he willfully flouting it?
One man, if Peter Obi said he's not aware of that law, we should throw him into the bin. I know he know about the law. One man, don't let us deceive ourselves. The man is educated. Even if he's not educated, if he's somebody that's not educated, he has some people that are educated that is in his camp. They will tell him this is what is the law say about a electoral body, what they say about you can do, what you can do, or what you can't do. He know about this. But as Peter Obi, I know he doesn't want to spend his money for this campaign. That is my opinion. And he rely most on the diaspora money. And you know, our brothers from the East, they like him. They want him to be the president, so they can spend anything on him. Their hard-earned money, they will spend it. The Edos, people say the Edos are with obedience now. They will spend their money, and they are spread across everywhere, mama, to Italy, America, just name it, Australia, everywhere. They are spread across, and they want to help his campaign. But the electoral law said you can't do that. And if Peter Obi decide to do that, one man, for every disobedience of law, there should be a penalty. We don't know the penalty of flouting that law. So I think the electoral body should come out, tell us the penalty. Maybe he doesn't know the penalty, because I don't know as well. I don't know, maybe you know the penalty for that.
So some of the opposition parties are asking that it should be removed from the ballot. So that would suggest that that is available as a punitive measure. But at the very least, INEC should start to institute an investigation surely just to see just this illegal money that is being used for campaign.
I disagree with the opposition. If they cannot ascertain that is the penalty for flouting these rules, I still disagree with them. You can't say you want to cancel him from the ballot. But INEC should come out, tell us the penalty what you're going to pay for flouting this law. If it is disqualification, that will be the penalty for this. They should disqualify him. If it's Tinubu that flouted the law, they should disqualify him. If it is Atiku, if it's anyone out of the 18 candidates that flouted this law, they should be disqualified. So if Peter Obi said he doesn't know that, no, I don't think so. He knows the law. But I know as a prudent man, they call him, prudent man, they call him, he's prudent about his money as well. So he wants to tap from the people from the diaspora to do the election. So he's a wise man. If people can go into this camp, they can donate for him, fine. But the rules is still the rules. Even if it is right or it is wrong, Joel said he has the right to put there for money for him. He's a Nigerian. He has the right, but the law said you can't do that. So what can we do about the law? We should be fighting this law before it's been passed to law.
Thomas.
Yes, please.
Thomas. This is my thing. Okay. You are against this. You're against this, right? Sending money to campaign, right?
I'm not against it. The law against it. I am not against it. I'm not the law.
The law is against it. So now this law they are trying to make, even though I know it's not going to affect it because they cannot just like backtrack the law, as it were. But so if this law, but you're against the one they are trying to make to prevent Muslim tickets. So if they say that their person should be disqualified, should they disqualify Tinubu?
But he hasn't passed the law.
No, if they pass the law and they ask him.
No, the proposal, it says from 2023, after 2023.
I know it's not going to affect it because I had Thomas saying something about that it was going to affect Tinubu. And I was like, what is he talking about? But I'm just saying, assuming this law affects Tinubu, would you want him to be disqualified?
Of course, 100%. Do I care about Tinubu?
And Thomas, you do care about him, please.
I don't care about Tinubu, my brother.
The issue there is this.
I don't care.
The issue there is this.
Thomas, you care. Don't say that.
I don't care about Tinubu.
You do, please. But
I
it's
don't
okay.
care.
It's okay. But this is the thing, right? I am a Nigerian. The situations in the country made me to leave the country. Ever since I left Nigeria, together with most people that stays in abroad, we still send money to Nigeria. They would have asked us not to send money home. They would have asked us not to send money home. So
the reason is because the monies abroad, it can corrupt the Nigerian election. I think, like a lot of people are suggesting, it's off the back of that debacle when the Russians were interfering with the American election.
One man, I understand
and the law sees you as an American, by the way. You are not a Nigerian.
One man, I understand about international interference with our elections. They have been doing it ever since. I don't know why we are even crying out loud this time around because of money. But it has to do with OB. They have been interfering with our elections ever since. So, but the thing, what I'm saying is this. As Nigerians, it's not like, I'm not saying that get money from foreigners. I'm saying as Nigerians, if we want to donate to whoever candidate that we want, it's our right. We are not even begging for it. And I'm not saying it because it's Peter Obi. Tomorrow, it could be someone other person. It could be Datti. It could be Akinwumi. It could be even Tinubu. If I want to donate to him, I must donate to the person I want. Sometimes the law should not be used to oppress the people. The law should be made or should be derived from the people. What we are saying right now is that they bring us and they dump it on us, using it to oppress us. They cannot oppress us.
No, hold on. Are you saying foreign donors should be allowed to use money to influence Nigeria's
One man, please. One man, please. You are good with English.
That's where the law is, though. It's not really about you, Uchenna from Abia that went to America and went to Germany. But really, it's just because then the law it cannot be discriminatory. So what it's saying essentially is that foreign money cannot be used and must not be allowed to be used to influence Nigeria's elections. And
hold
on. Do you disagree with that, by the way, as a principled stance?
No, I do not disagree. I do not disagree with it. You don't get it. I am saying foreigners are foreigners. Diasporans Nigerians are Nigerians. That is my point. I am not saying that Russia should donate to us or China should donate. I'm saying if diasporans want to donate, that it is our right. In fact, it's our right to even vote. If we were conscious enough, by now, they should have given us the voting rights. But since we don't have the voting rights...
Joel, how do we differentiate from the influence from the diaspora and how do we differentiate the money coming into OB camp, that this is money coming from Nigeria in diaspora, and this money comes from a government?
The Nigerians, they are donating it. The Nigerians that are donating it, they have their names. If you want to donate on, for instance, crowdfund, what's the name again? This crowdfunding site, you're going to put your first and your last name, and it is taxable, right?
So they will go by name. They will go by name. Is that what you're saying? They go by name.
Yeah, you go by you go by the name.
You go by the name to establish if it's Nigerian or not.
Yes, you go by the name.
Are you sure about that? You go by name?
No, see, one man. See, let me tell you something. A foreigner in Nigeria can still donate to campaign funding with the Vashani brothers. I don't know if any of us remember the Vashani brothers. We started with the Vashani, the Lebanese guys. They were in Nigeria. They were sponsoring the election. They were foreigners. So what is all this about? Talking about diaspora cannot send money to Nigeria? Are we serious?
Nobody said that, though. I don't know what you're...
no, we cannot send money to Nigeria to fund our whoever we want. And we are talking about it like it is normal. It's not normal.
Hold on, Thomas. It is not wrong. It is not wrong to say that you cannot use foreign money to influence Nigeria's election. You cannot now.
Stop calling foreign money.
Is it not foreign money?
See, it's foreign money from diaspora, from Nigerians. All right? Look, let me tell you something. In the first quarter, in the first quarter of this year, CBN made 2.6 billion from Naira exchange, Naira dollar exchange, funded by who? The diasporans. What are we talking about? Is it
that's a different space, though. That's a different space. That's
economic. No. This is what I'm saying. One man, we are going to. If they say they don't want it in dollars, and we are free to send money to Nigeria,
they don't want it from abroad. They don't want it from abroad. Is what?
Okay, so we can send money to Nigeria. They donate it to Obi.
It's okay what to do, but you'll be circumventing the law.
Okay, one man. I don't know what you want from us. I think at this point,
maybe abide by the law. Is that a good start?
I'm done with this discussion.
Someone was asking you. Someone was asking from the comment section. Said, "What's your definition of foreign money?"
Money that comes from outside of the country, I think is I'm just giving what I understand to be the interpretation.
When Joel told you that he's in Nigeria, you said you don't know if he was in Nigeria. Are you still in Nigeria?
Well, I am in Nigeria. I'm an Oyo man. I mean, unless they have Oyo in another place in the world, then I'm an Oyo man.
And you have dual citizens as well, right?
Well, I know for myself.
I
don't know for Joel now. How can I know for Joel?
I do have dual citizenship. Well, so US and Nigeria. Yes. No doubt. I do have dual citizenship.
But if we want to go by the foreign money we are talking about, did PDP and APC use dollar to buy delegates during their primary election? So they also have violated the law. And
that's not from diaspora, though.
How do we know? Where did the money go? Does Nigeria print dollars?
Because they swept it up. That's why there's a shortage of dollar in circulation.
No, does Nigeria print dollar? Let's answer that question.
Well, hopefully not. It'll be legal to do that.
Oh, really? So they deprive diaspora, Nigeria that lives in diaspora from voting. They now want to deprive Nigeria that lives in diaspora.
Is the money donated from the abroad?
Wait, not to support candidates.
So you don't have any facts
from the money they earn abroad. But Nigeria in diaspora can send money to Nigeria, for which they are proudly saying, oh, we people in diaspora, they are contributing about 15 to $20 billion to the economy. So that is all we are.
Okay. HO, if we expand that law beyond the Peter space, can you hold on, please, Thomas? If we expand that law beyond the Peter space, then maybe you might start to see the merit of it. So leave the Peter space. Imagine then, imagine a Russian lobby group or a Russian set of oligarchs that are looking to seize, because remember there was a time that all these Europeans, they were using militaries to overturn governance in Africa. So imagine a group of Russian oligarchs, they are looking to seize the country Nigeria, and then they put together a $30 billion war chest, and they use that to install a president in Nigeria to then seize hold of that country. So it is that sort of space that the law was created for, but it cannot be isolated because the law cannot discriminate in its application. So now that the law it sweeps up Peter Obi, we cannot then say that this law that is infinitely sensible and is for the protection of the country is now not fit for purpose, because it has caught somebody that we would rather, so it's not essentially about Peter Obi now. The law is the law. He has to abide by the law.
Then they have to review it so that our right as citizens that are Nigerian citizens that are outside Nigeria should not be cut off in trying to say Russia or other countries should not sponsor candidates. But they should put a law that does not deprive me and you that are in diaspora not to contribute a quota to support any citizen that we think will be able to lead the country to the right direction.
Yeah, but that is for the future, HO. But as of now, the law is as it is, and Peter Obi has flouted it.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yes.
Except
they are doing everything possible. Except they are doing everything possible to make sure that at the end of the day, if you win an election, they want to use that to hold him. Then it's wrong.
You're cleverer than that. Come on now.
No. Because they should have known that the law does not say they should use dollar to buy delegates. They know that, and they did nothing about it.
Now that's an illegality too. Now
the law going to play role when Nigeria in diaspora contribute. If we want to play the law, has this current administration been obeying the law?
No, you are doing what about now? You are doing what about? So
it's
that's
not what about.
Yeah.
If we want to say the law should be applicable to everybody.
Yeah, but it is applicable. Yeah, but including Peter Obi too. The law should be applicable.
The law said the Accountant General of Nigeria should loot out.
Okay. You are expanding it beyond.
Apply the law. Let us apply to everything.
That is what about? What about?
That's what about now. You are doing what about now?
Let's apply to everything. When it comes to the oppressed, we want the law to hold. But when it comes to the oppressor, we want the law to be overruled. And we continue to suffer that, and we are here clapping the law. I don't advocate for anyone breaking the law, but then the law should be applied to everybody.
Woman, can I interject?
Yeah. Let's hear from you. And then we get back to Thomas.
Okay. First of all, the law is subject to scrutiny and interpretation. When they say foreign, I think they are talking about foreigners, not Nigerians living abroad. So, if the court
no, I think they are talking about money out from outside of the country. I think that's really what they're talking about.
And number two question I want to pose to you: when was this law made?
Oh, all right. I think Jaffa is actually explaining. No, that was the new Electoral Act. That's part of the new Electoral Act that came into play.
When was it made? When
it was assented? It was assented, I think, sometime this year.
Okay, then Buhari himself received $1 million through Tunde Bakare from Ferdinand. He's on tape. He received $1 million.
Are you not understanding what the law is? What they are saying is they don't want monies from outside of the country coming in. Not hold on. So because I don't think you fully understand.
I do.
No, can you hold on? If you do, then let me explain it for the purposes of people who don't. They are not saying they don't want foreign currencies. They are saying they don't want money from foreign countries. So there's a distinction there. So they are not offended by the dollar or the pound or the euro, but they are saying money coming from abroad into Nigerian politics to influence it. So that is not to say foreign money, but money coming from abroad.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, carry on.
The late Ferdinand is from Western Nigeria and he lives in UK and he's quite rich. We have it on tape through Tunde Bakare preaching that when he went to London.
No, that wasn't the law then. What are you saying? The law came into effect for this round. So what are you saying?
Yeah. So
is what you are saying applicable to what we're talking about?
Okay. Even though he said he's going to reading, but it has not been made a law yet.
What's that?
To first reading this Electoral Act you're talking about.
No, it has been assented to. This is the law that guides the election that we're underway now.
Okay, so we are just saying foreign money. In as much as he didn't say, in as much as he didn't say foreigners, so the law can be interpreted both ways. So it's not conclusive.
What is not? Which bit of it is ambiguous?
Okay, it's not that it's ambiguous, but he said foreign. The Nigerians are not counted as foreign. So if
it's not. It didn't say foreigners. It says money from abroad. I wish somebody would pull up that law. If somebody can pull up that law.
Yeah. Okay, one man, I want to ask you. When you say abroad, did it state that from non-indigenous Nigerians are they included in
I'm not sure that it narrowed it to that specific.
Exactly.
No.
So that's why I said then it's subject to scrutiny and interpretation. So
no, I'm not sure that I understand what you're saying because
yeah, one man, if he didn't mention whether those money coming from abroad, if they're coming from Nigerians or non-Nigerians, then it's subject to interpretation.
How so? How is it subject to interpretation?
Because if you say foreign, if I'm a Nigerian living here, so if I'm sending my money back home, it's not foreign. It's not foreign.
What do you mean it's not foreign? If they are saying, for the purposes of this conversation, if they are saying monies from outside of the shores of the country should not be used to influence the elections in the country. So whether you are Nigerian or not, if the money is coming from outside of the shores of the country, it is coming from outside of the shores of the country, irrespective of whoever's pocket is coming out of.
No.
Because
we are Nigeria, we have the right. That is our right. And if you are saying that Nigeria abroad does not have that right,
it's not about right.
Then we have to contest that law.
I don't understand.
Let us not support evil.
No, let's not support evil. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. No, let's not go down that road. Let's keep it just to the logic. Let's keep it logical.
On me because they know that Peter Obi or Shomore or other less political party will be getting their support from Nigeria abroad. And here we want to support.
But H.O. This law, they don't make this law for Peter Obi. Do you know that?
I'm not saying they make it for Peter
Let me
Obi.
finish, my sister. This law is for everyone on the ballot, the 18 candidates. So why is obedient cry? It's just like crying foul. It's for Obi, it's for Tinubu, it's for Atiku. Are you telling me that there are no people? Let me finish, my sister. Are you telling me that there are no people in diaspora that want to donate for Tinubu as well, or for Atiku as well? The law is not for.
If they want to now, because Shehu was bringing out the law now, they didn't bring the law. They didn't look at when they were using dollar to buy delegate in PDP and APC. They never
My sister, forget about that. Forget about that. It doesn't.
They never speak against it.
No, you are going to a different space now. No. Sorry, don't do what about. We're talking specifically about this issue. There's several wrongdoings within Nigeria.
Can I add something?
Yeah, carry on, Victoria. Let's hear from you.
Okay, so I just did some research. I don't know if I can find the exact law itself because it's just too much.
I think somebody found it, but it looks a bit too long-winded. But give us your condensed version.
But I mean, just from interpretation, I searched what foreign nation is, and also by something you said something that there's a difference between foreign money and foreign currency. Money is also currency, but nevertheless,
No. That wasn't what I said. I said there's a difference between monies coming from abroad and foreign currency. So the money coming from abroad is a geographical thing. So and the money, foreign money, is a fiat. It's just a form of payment, isn't it? So those are two distinct spaces. But carry on.
Okay, so if we should relate this to the Peter Obi situation, by law, Peter Obi is wrong. Finish. But at the end of the day, if we should look at it sensibly, by sense, it doesn't make any sense because foreign money, in quotes, whatever this law states, it's specifically and was written for foreign nation. So for Americans to not intervene in our election, for the people from Germany, France, all those other people not to intervene in our own election. But it wasn't made for Nigerians themselves. So I think if you're a Nigerian who has a passport, who can vote, regardless of if you're in the diaspora or in Nigeria, you are allowed to send money and then it becomes foreign currency. So in this case, it's okay if Nigerians give Peter Obi dollars, but they're giving him as a Nigerian. They're just giving him outside Nigeria. It doesn't change it because they can still come back to Nigeria and give him naira.
Well, that will be different.
It's only specifically directed to foreigners, foreign nations, but not to Nigerians themselves. So the law should be specific and should target countries, but not Nigerians. And I feel maybe us too, we are misunderstanding the law. Maybe the law actually only directs like foreigners, and not Nigerians in the diaspora, because that does not make any
sense. Yes, I think the broader, there's something. Hold on, there's something they call the spirit of the law. So the spirit of the law, that tells you the sentiment that is driving that law, where that law is actually looking to tackle. That's what they call it, the spirit of the law. So the spirit of that law is essentially around foreign interference. So it wasn't guided at Nigerians in diaspora, is guided at foreign, either state or lobby group type entities, using influence using money to influence the Nigerian political space. So it was guided more. I think that more is the spirit of it. But irrespective of the spirit, and there's also something they call the letter of the law. So to the letter of the law, Peter Obi has flouted the law, but not necessarily to the spirit of the law. So in law, there's two things in law that establishes criminality. It's actus reus and mens reus. So actus reus is a criminal action and mens reus is a criminal intention. So you have to establish both to establish that law has been broken are mens reas and actus reas. So criminal intent and then criminal action. So a criminal action has been committed by Peter Obi by just the letter of the law that he has flouted it. So he's broken the law and is a lawbreaker. But is the criminal intention there? So that is where the gray area is. So to establish that the criminal intention is there, you have to establish intent. And to establish intent, then you have to establish if he knew that that was the law or not. So that's really where the question is. Did he know that that is where the law is or not? And he should know as a presidential candidate that that is where the law is, because the new Electoral Act was widely trumpeted and everybody welcomed it. And as a leading politician, he should have had a team that have read through every minutiae of the law and all the interpretations of it. So this is a witting and a willful flouting of the law, a criminal act.
One man. And how are we sure this nation that they want to intervene in our elections, they can't go under this umbrella of Obi and pretend donating money for them, like the McCarthy's? They want donating money for Shore. Are we sure?
Thomas, we don't even need
this
to.
This is a law. Follow the law.
The law says this. Look, let me read that particular aspect to you guys. Any funds, this is as per the Nigerian Constitution, that section to subsection 25. It says any funds or other assets remitted or sent to a political party from outside Nigeria shall be paid over or transferred to the commission within 21 days of its receipt, with such information as the commission may require. And before that statement, it says no political party shall hold or possess any funds or other assets outside Nigeria, or be entitled to retain any funds or assets remitted or sent to it from outside Nigeria. So the law is categorical. That is
so, and every letter of that law has been flouted by Peter Obi.
It is wrong.
It's a slam dunk now.
From
a law, should they be expunged from the election? Is the next question.
Man, I will say something. Tina Augustine said something. An unjust law is no law. Look,
no, the law is the law. They say the law is an ass, but the law is still the law.
An unjust law is no law because we have a moral compass to judge ourselves. There was a time it was law to own slaves, but we know as moral beings it is wrong.
An unjust law is no law. That's not law. That's just a moral stance. That's a moral stance. That's not binding on anything.
You asked the question that should they expound this from the law? And
should they expunge? Should they expel Peter Obi from the ballot for law breaking?
How has it break the law?
Can't say it because there is no written code of the punishment towards it. So I don't know if that would be the rightful punishment to make for that act. If that is the rightful punishment towards it, all fine and good. But the law also should cut across bonds and across parties. The law should do its course. We can't just pick one and dissect and crucify that one without going all the truth. But fine, this is Peter Obi's day, no problem. But we also need to talk holistically. And if this is the law, it is wrong for Peter Obi or for not even Peter Obi this time, for
and ignorance is no defense, by the way. Ignorance is no defense in law. You can't say I don't know.
One man. This law does not even address the candidate. This law addresses the political party. So let us free Peter Obi as a name from me. Let us talk about Labour.
Okay, then let them expel Labour Party then.
All fine and good. All fine. If that is the right, if that is what is rightfully needed to the consequence of their law, all fine and good, let it be. But it should be the law should be what do you call it? This is an ambiguous law.
But one man, he has not broken any law.
5 million naira, not to expunge his name.
So the thing is this: it is wrong for anybody, if you are Nigerian, to send money to a political party outside the country. Maybe you can send money to your account in Nigeria and from them donate to that party. I think that is it. But for you to send money from outside the country based on the Nigerian constitution and the 2022 electoral law, it is totally wrong. You need to.
We should find out the punishment. This maybe the guy can even be off the ballot even.
Man, it is not before the end. Punishment. We just want to know that the law is wrong. You don't need to find a punishment.
No, maybe it can be off the ballot before the end of the month. Who knows?
How do we know that other political parties have not received money from Nigeria outside the country? How can we prove that?
Yeah, we don't know, but we
know.
No,
we don't know just because all these other
Peter.
smaller political parties are coming now to tell us their source of fund crowding. That is why we are now saying they are the one breaking the law. We are not fair. We don't want to really move forward in Nigeria with the way we think.
One man, he hasn't broken any law yet.
Exactly.
Party told me said that they're going to set up a portal where people can donate money. So that means they have not set up yet. So
all the money that is canvassing from America is not breaking the law.
He hasn't canvassed for money.
He canvass money. All people say they are going to donate to him. One man, sometimes when you speak of Labour Party and Peter Obi and Omoyele Sowore, just tell me how much you just do not like these two people.
Everybody knows I'm a huge Peter Obi fan now.
Let me tell you this. The thing is that if you think you are donating the money to Peter Obi, the fact is that if they don't remit that money to INEC within 21 days, they are going to be in trouble. That is the law. That's what I just read now. So if you like give Peter Obi, give Labour, you're not giving Peter Obi the money, because if you give Peter, that is here, you're just blessing him. But if you give Labour Party the money, they must remit that money with receipts to INEC within 21 days of receipt, or within 21 days. If they don't do that, then they are really crossing the law and they will be punished for it. So please don't let
people are donated. They are not donated to Labour Party now. They are donated to an individual. So does that mean the person has broken the law?
If you donate to a Peter Obi, fine. It is not Labour Party.
Good.
It is not the party. It is Peter Obi's account. So and he can spend the money within his. It's not a party that owns that money. You get the point. So that is where we need to separate it. So if you give it to Peter Obi and it brings it the way it is to, good, no problem. But it must be it is the party that the law really accused of.
So Nigeria abroad should donate to Peter Obi campaign.
But what about the ones that he has already collected? What about the ones he has already?
Did you see him collecting the money?
I have seen him now. Do you want me to show you evidence? Do you want evidence?
Show me evidence. Show me evidence where he was collecting it.
All right, just give me 2 seconds and I'll show you evidence.
It's not that they said they are donating. Did you see him counting the money and putting it in his briefcase? God.
We have evidence now. You don't want to see evidence about
that. The truth is this. Just like Ove has said earlier, we are not ready to move forward. We are not ready to change. We are not ready to build, if not for us, for the future generation of our children. We are not ready. And until we are ready, we'll be able to suppress the camp of the oppressed from the camp of the oppressors. When it comes to the camps of the oppressors, they don't have all this division. They don't. But when it comes to our camp, the oppressed, we just hold on to this different division, and that is what they are capitalizing on. Only for the camp of the oppressors, they cannot vote themselves into power. But when they put division in us, we will now begin to fall, we will now begin to line up behind them and end up voting them into power. And at the end of the election, they forget us and they live in their own comfort zone until another 4 years. For how long? For how long, Nigerians?
All right, let me share this screen with you, because I did share it earlier, but let me share it again. Because there is evidence that he was canvassing for money. Hopefully hopefully you can see this. And if you can't see it, then I'll post it in the comment section. So if you see here, general. So this is them canvassing for money. So this is the asking people to pay to come and see Peter Obi. So to the general public, $250, to VIPs, $1,000, and to executives, $5,000 and above. So that is canvassing for money right there.
Was it the one that wrote that? No, it is the organizers. It is the organizers, and we shouldn't take that what the organizer have written in order to be able to organize that and pin it on him.
Yes, that's right.
We shouldn't do that.
It's not the one who organized it. They only invited.
Did he organize it himself? No. So Nigeria
it looks like you know what puzzles me is just how readily and how vociferously people seem to want to excuse the Labour Party of all of the things that are wrongdoings that no other space. If this was Atiku bringing in money from Dubai, imagine what they would slaughter him. They would slaughter him. So Peter Obi does the same thing, but now the law is the one that we're.
Wait,
no, woman.
I vouch for where the money that Atiku is spending come from? Can you and I say this is where it's coming from? Can you and I say where they get the 100 million they use in buying those funds from?
Madam,
we seem to forget all that.
No, they are wealthy men now. They are wealthy men.
Oh, really? So wealthy men is the only people that are qualified to campaign in Nigeria. Wealthy men are the only people who are qualified to come in to say we want to rule. That is why at the end of the day, when they come into power, they do not care about the masses. They continue to loot our money to replace the one they have spent. And that is where we are today. And we want to continue in that route until the Chinese come into Nigeria and the foreign country turn out to the second slavery we are entering into.
All right, but you know, the law is the law. We cannot, and the law
has been. Yes, let the law be the law. Good, but every one of them should declare to us all their source of incomes. Why are we not talking about all that?
Does that include Peter Obi? Should it? Because you know his finances. You know his finances are shrouded in mystery.
When they say declare your asset, they will not declare. We will overlook. Have any of them declared their assets? They won't declare.
No, Electoral has declared his assets.
What about the rest?
They don't have to do that until after the election.
And after the election, they don't declare. We continue rolling like that.
All right, let's hear from Victoria. She wanted to come in. Yeah, Victoria, you wanted to say.
Okay, so I just finished reading the link that they sent about the election. Basically, what the law says about the foreign money, it says across many nations, the prohibition of foreign money funding nation election is premised on the fact that democracy and election should be given to expression to the will of citizens and eligible voters. So basically, if you're not a citizen and if you're not an eligible voter, that is foreign money. So so the question is, whatever money he has, who gave him that money? If the person is not a citizen and if the person is not eligible to vote, that is foreign money.
You say so. It goes even deeper. Do you think he should be arrested?
I don't know. Has he broken the law yet? I don't know who's giving the money. I mean, I don't think so far all the people who went to that thing were all Nigerians. And also, if you also look at they
are not Nigerians. They are Americans.
But if you also
not to be Nigerian, woman.
But if you also look at the
woman, you just provoke somebody.
But can I also say something? If you also look at the advertising thing. I also do marketing. That can be for the venue, for your seat. It doesn't mean you're giving the money directly to them. They can just say that's your ticket to come into the venue. They never say, come here and give the campaign this amount of money. It's
$5,000 to come and $5,000 to come and listen.
$5,000
Yeah.
enter. That's what it states.
Yes.
So that's not, that's marketing. That's just me buying a ticket to a concert. So if they were breaking the law, they really phrased the law very, like, they really articulated their words in a way that it wasn't saying give me the money, if they were actually trying to break the law.
So by your interpretation, you don't think Obi should be arrested when it comes to
he has not breaking any law to deserve to be arrested, one man.
So far, it doesn't seem like it. They look like Nigerians, and the money looks like ticket to enter into the building.
Do you think the INEC should send him clarification of the law and then issue him a warning? Do you think he at the very least should get a warning?
Any law,
he hasn't broken the law yet.
He has not breaking any law.
But I think the law,
Nigeria should gather money to collect a venue, get dinner, entertain themselves, to host him. He has not breaking any law.
$5,000 to come and listen to speak is not.
Don't people spend more than $100 in an event in this Western world?
Usually, that's usually a fundraising. When a politician goes to speak and people pay extortionate amounts to that's usually described as fundraising.
One man, he has not breaking any law. He has not breaking any law.
By the way, I don't want to be arrested though. I'm just asking that if that extends to him being arrested, because
I listen to you every day. I listen to you every day. So now when he reach Obi and Showore, I listen to you.
One man just play your legs.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on. Let's hear from you.
So he has not breaking any law. If they lie, may they pay $10,000. If they lie, may they pay $20,000 to host a fellow Nigerian. He has not breaking any law.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah,
the law from the Electoral Act says that every candidate, the presidential candidate, has 5 billion naira to campaign with. That is a presidential candidate. But as a party, political party, the law says you must not hold any funds from outside the country. It doesn't say a candidate from that party. So actually, if you want to give Peter Obi your money, as at this present time, if those money are directed to his account, no problem. If it doesn't break the monetary laws within Nigerian space, or a certain amount of money that should come to his account, he is free by the law. But no matter how free he is, he can't spend more than 5 billion naira in his in his campaign. So it is clear. The law simply says political party. The law didn't say candidate. So you don't give your money to Labour Party. You give your money to Peter Obi if you're a foreigner. It is that simple. So you don't have to fight it too. It's clear.
All right.
No,
Let's move
man
on.
wants him to be expunged from the ticket by all means.
No, it's only if he breaks the law. I'm sure you agree that if he breaks the law,
he
then there should be
breaking the law.
Yeah, okay, if you say so, but if he does break the law, should there be punishment, or should it be
any person that breaks the law should, and it had to start from the Buhari and co.
All right. At least we agree on that. So we always come to a space of agreement. So let's move the conversation on from Peter Obi and his law breaking, and let's move it.
Break law.
It used to be Joel of Nashville. I think did he pass the baton on to you? You can't mention Peter Obi without Joel giving you a slap across the face. But actually, let me leave Peter Obi for a moment. Let me take you to a totally new space, Brownberry, an international space as well. India overtakes the United Kingdom, now world's fifth largest economy. So this an interesting enough of a story. But then, of course, you have to recall that countries like India and all of these sorts of countries, they got their independence right about the same time that the swathe of Africa got their independence as well. And by the calculations of that time, Africa was meant to be the space that evolved faster and quicker than everyone else, and Nigeria was meant to take the lead in that space. So the announcement now that is coming under the Indian banner should actually have a Nigerian green, white, green. So what are you then making then of India propelling to the top of the table as Nigeria continues to spiral into the abyss?
What we have in Indian is we don't have that type. We don't have that in Nigeria. Indian, they are competing. Now, who are they competing with? They are competing with China. Because in this life, if you have friends, if you have neighbors, it doesn't mean you are. I'm not talking about those jealous competition. No, competition to be better. To better your people, as China as they are doing for their people. That is what Indian is trying to emulate. Do we have leaders like that can emulate good? So that's what Indian is doing, and I know that they are doing it, and I know that they are going to get there very, very soon because they are very determined, and they will get there. But unfortunately, when are we going to get there? When are we going to get there? Because we have to have leadership in place that will look forward to like 80, 50 years and say, this is what we're going to pursue. No matter the government that is coming, this is what we're going to pursue. But unfortunately, like I said, are we ready with this kind of democracy that we are practicing? Can we get there? Because
we seem to be going backward rather than forward in that country.
My issue right now is not with me. It's not with it's not with our generation, but our children. Children. Are they going to continue to be perpetually poor? So
the way Nigeria is geared up, the upcoming generation, they are set to repeat the experiences that we've gone through, because there is nothing that looks like anything or like a bright future in the horizon. There's nothing that you can vest upon within the Nigerian space. So the projection for the future is bleak and gloomy. So they probably, because we still experience some glory times, but I don't even think there's glory times left. So I cannot say that Nigeria can come after where it is for another 20, 25, maybe even 30 years. So that's another at least two generations just wiped out.
Nigeria can come out of this if these 3, or will I say 4 political parties that are fraud runners, if any of them become winner tomorrow and they have people, they put people in places and they sit together and say, what do we really want? Look, let's move our people. With every bone, with everything that they have in their life. Let them, when they are determined with love and patriotism, in the next 20, and they continue to follow like that, in the next 20 years, you see great change. Start with education, because we have to go back and start teaching leadership, because our people, they don't, because when the leaders are failing, how are they going to be able to lead? They don't know anything about leadership, nothing. They don't know anything about environment, nothing. So people just come out, they don't even know what they are doing. Everybody's confused. But leaders, because they are looking up to the leaders, because we have no leaders. There's none. You say they are kidnappers. How did kidnappers come about? Failure of leadership. How the 419 scam came about? Failure of leadership. Because when you steal and you are expecting the other small boy there not to steal, but if you are not stealing, if everything is straight up,
They won't want to do it. Because it's only Nigeria where, it's only in Africa that politicians are richer than businessmen. In this part of the world, it's businessmen that donate to political campaign. But in Nigeria, in Africa, politicians are donating to themselves, opening their bank, or spending money anyhow. And the people are watching. They are spraying money. And the people are watching. They want to be 419. They want to be rich overnight. Nigeria, we have, even me and you and everyone here, we have a lot of work to do. Not just the political elite only. We have a lot of work to do, and we got to start doing it.
All right, Brownberry, do you remember once upon a time that Tinubu went to either Ogun or Osun State, and then the people were protesting that he had installed a governor in that state so that he's able to loot the state's treasury, and he said to the state that, "What treasury do you have? I am 10 times richer than your state put together." Do you remember when he said that?
I can't remember. I think you guys have discussed it here before.
All right, have that at the back of your mind, and as you speak on this. So have that at the back of your mind as you speak on this. Why should I steal public money when I am richer than President Biden? It's the Anambra first son, Peter Obi. So how is that different from Tinubu's boast? And where did he even get all this money that is claiming that is richer than Biden?
Who said that?
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi said that where?
In Atlanta.
He said he's richer than Biden. I guess he's richer than Biden, of course. It should be. Biden has been a politician all his life, and Mr. Obi has been a businessman. From there, became a politician. To be richer than someone, that's not a big deal. He said he's richer than Biden. American politicians are not rich, so some of them are rich before they. I know a lot of American politicians are billionaires and millionaires before they get into politics, but not a lot of them. If he's richer than Biden, it's not a big deal. But I don't know why would he say that. I've not seen it. I've not heard it before. But maybe there was a reason he said it. But we have to. If the video is here, you can play so we can see.
Yeah, but I don't have the video, but I can give you the readout. This is why should I steal public money when I'm richer than President Biden, Peter Obi? The Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has opined that he cannot embezzle public funds because God has blessed him more than enough. Correspondence reports that the former Anambra State governor made this known. We're getting some. Correspondence reports that the former Anambra State governor made this known in a recent event whilst speaking to some Nigerians in diaspora. In a video cited online, I think I actually have. I think I do have the video. Let me see if I do. Yes, good. I may well have the video. So let me see if is it this one. Let's see.
I remember telling them something that night that all of them felt was this. As I said to them in my concluding speech, that if I take public money that I'm not entitled to, God should punish me and my children. Not because of anything, but God gave me enough. More than my fair share. More than my fair share. And I said to that anything. I thought somebody there Biden was sworn in. I said, why would I steal public money? Just the president of America that just declared that he's worth $8.9 million. So why should somebody, for me, being in third world country, when I'm richer than that, still for me? To do that is I don't know what else. I'm not looking for private jet. I'm not looking for sophisticated house. I'm not going to buy a house in America because I don't live in America. I'm happy to come here and see good people who live here. I've been coming to America when I was governor, people will say, buy a house. I said, why should I? I don't live here. I will never live here. So if I come to live here, yes. But I live in Onitsha, so I have a house in Onitsha.
So there you heard it in his own voice. Boastful Peter Obi telling us that he's richer than the American president. So apart from the braggadocious space, you notice that he said, if I steal public money, may go, and then he put a curse on himself. But he was quite deliberate in his wordings, by the way. I just noticed that. He was quite deliberate. So he did not say, if I've ever. So he projected that to the future, which then excludes that the possibility of having stolen in the past. So setting that to one side, what are you making of the braggadocious from Anambra boasting that is richer than the American president?
Okay, I think he was just telling a story, and whether he was boasting, I don't know about that. But let me just take it further. You know, being rich and being a billionaire, whether in naira or in dollars, does not stop you from being a corrupt person. Okay, so you can be rich and still be corrupt. You can have nothing. You can be content. You can have nothing and just be content and be in power and do the right thing. Okay, so I don't believe that. Oh, I have money already, I'm not gonna go there and steal. No, we have loads of that. We have one of that. Like Saraki's family, they had money before. Igbinedion, they had money. They came when Igbinedion came. Everybody thought, oh, they have money. What's they gonna do with money? But that was where corruption started. You know, so we need people that are honest. We need people that are not corrupt, people that are not self-centered, you know, people that are very, very, that are humble. And patriotic, and people that have love for their people and love for their race, not love for their religion, but love for their race. Because some of the issues that we are having is people have love for their religion, but not love for their race. You know, because that's what we want actually. We don't, whether the person has money and he said, oh, I have money, I'm not going to steal. No, you can have money and you still steal. It happens. So
all right, let me move you from there and from the Peter Obi space and to this law now that they are proposing to prohibit same faith tickets. Is this something you agree with, and do you see why they are proposing it? And is this something that is necessary for our democracy where it is now?
Yeah, you know, we talked about this when Egni Makti was here earlier on. I mean, if it was, you know, I said it, if it was Yoruba people, I mean, we can speak as Yoruba people, as Edo people, we don't really care about that. But Nigeria is different. Nigeria is huge, you know, because if we just set it now, you know, because the person that is doing this right now is from the South. Okay. So if tomorrow comes and somebody is coming from the North, the core North, and he comes to take a Yoruba Muslim or Edo Muslim as a vice, you know, so that trouble will also come. I think it's very, very important that they just put this into the. I mean, people will say, "Oh, what do we need religion? We don't really need it. It doesn't really matter. We have brilliant people everywhere." Yeah, because we have brilliant people everywhere, we have brilliant people in all religion. So for me, though most of us don't see it as anything, but I think they should put it there so that next time when the president is coming, it should be the vice will be a Muslim, the president Christian, or vice versa, just like that. Because it's Nigeria. We are not in America. It's just Nigeria. You know, they said how you see life now, so you go live on. You understand? But we have from now on, we should be, you know, we need competent leaders. For these three people, Atiku, what's his name, Asiwaju, and Peter, they are all competent people. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. You know, although some, you know, we have issues with them, with Tinubu and Atiku, with their age, you know. But when it comes to competent, they are competent. We can't take that away from them, you know. So that's how I see that.
All right, brilliant. And to the fuel subsidy space, they are saying just rip off the band-aid and just take the pain once and for all. So what are they making then? Fuel at 462 naira to the liter if they remove subsidy. Do you think the Nigerian space can cope?
that first subsidy, you know, the last time I came, the same idea I gave was what same thing you said earlier on, that the people that are taking the buses and the you know, they should be given I mean, they should be subsidized. And Progressive came and said, and I like I like his idea that they should subsidize the petrol stations. And it's very good because we need a way to make sure we do this. They should subsidize the petrol stations, you know, so that, because this is a fraud. This money is too much. I do believe that if they subsidize these petrol stations, this money is not going to be it will not be as high as it is right now. I don't think it's going to be more than 10 billion instead of this 40 billion that they are talking about. Let's subsidize the petrol stations, put task force around it, let them be monitoring them. That's the only way to go, because we cannot just pull the plug now. But it is good to put the plug and find and do, you know, if they can listen to this, let them subsidize all gas stations. Because if not, the money is too much. The money is just too much. We cannot cope with this one. I mean, that money can be directed to other, you know, to education. I mean, it's sickening, health, and every other things. Even the elderly, they are all there suffering, and you're spending money, 40 billion subsidy for who are using this fuel.
Is that your son wanting to get into the conversation? I think he disagrees with you that they should remove it.
She's just singing it. She's just singing and turning something around.
Oh, all right. Is it still at the Coco Melon stage? Are you still at the Coco?
She's a big fan of Coco Melon.
Yes. Okay.
And what's her name again? What's her name? Pepper Pig.
Oh, Pepper Pig. Yeah. So that's the new babysitter of the times that we live in. Coco Melon. Look at that. So thank you. Let me acknowledge Gerald Dobas super sticker as I remove it from the screen. So thank you for that. So yes, I don't want to take you to a bit of space anymore, because I think we've overlabored a bit of it for today. So thank you. Let me go on from you, Brown Berry, to go to let me go to Emilokon. Let me go to Emilokon and hear his commentaries on the fuel subsidy space. So Emilokon, Iwolokon. Emilokon. Look at that. Let me bring you in properly, since you took so long. I've deleted it because it seems to offend Jafar. Yeah, I've deleted the Emilokon song. Okay, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, with regards to the fuel subsidies space, if I should get it clearly, I think the NNPC leader is saying that without the subsidy, the price of fuel will go to 462, right?
Yeah, 462 per liter. Yes.
Per liter. And you're asking if Nigerians will be able to cope with that.
No, it's just sensitizing to the space. And by the way, Buhari they are going to remove it by June next year anyway. And he's just telling you that, look, you that you are pushing for this fuel subsidy, because fuel is 100 and something at the moment, and government subsidizes the difference between the fair market value and the price that Nigerians can afford to pay. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
We all know that outside Nigeria, even as at the 180 something that Nigeria is buying, an average Nigerian price for per liter, we know that it is really, really benevolent. It is a generous offer to the Nigerian person. Because outside the country, on the average, you buy fuel, you can even see how much you buy fuel in the UK. Where I am, per liter is around 20 something rand, and that should be close to, if you look at that should be around 800 naira per liter. So if you look at it, only that the thing is, the average Nigerian person to how much do they earn. You get the point. So all of these things have to be put into the equation. So I would just advise that there should be a way to navigate around that fuel subsidy. But Buhari should be ashamed of himself. He is the petroleum minister to what end? He is the president. How has he used that position to solve that issue? Especially when he came in 2015. Prior to that time, the APC were clamoring that there is nothing like fuel subsidy. That led to the MK Abiola Garden crisis. The campaign against it, and that there's nothing, that everything is a scam. Only for him to come there, and it's just crazy. And can Nigerians trust them again? Because okay, you say you want to remove the subsidy, then you convert the monies to what? We all know how monies like this just fly away in thin air, and they claim they used it to do whatever that you can't even really see, apart from maybe the roads that you can see. So all these things make it difficult for the average Nigerian to even trust them. That's okay, remove the subsidy, and we know that we'll benefit from it in some other items, in some other government projects that will benefit the masses. You get the point. So I would say we own the fuel. We can just continue to leave it that way. We should try and make sure that we have working refineries to make this thing work, because our earning power, we can't compare our earning power with that of the rest of the world. What a man that is working in Nigeria does for maybe $120,000 per month, if he does that same job outside, we know how much he's going to earn. But also is the cost of living there as well. But at least everything commensurate, there should be a commensurate value to what you earn. So you can place a foreign value on fuel where you don't place a foreign value on labor. So these things need to be well balanced, in my opinion. And if that's the case, they should just forget about the subsidy removal. They should try and look for other solutions. And part of it is to make sure that there is a system that monitors fuel usage in the macroscopic level, in that big level. There should be a system that monitors it. There should be a system that makes sure that fuel within the country doesn't go out of the country, because there are a lot of inflating figures, and this is what is killing the government in terms of subsidy. Of course, they also know that there are inflating figures in there, because everybody wants to just take their own, and everybody's saying, it is just too crazy. Because you can't really say the nation uses close to 90 million liters of oil. How many liters is the
about 90 something.
Yeah, that is it. Even though we don't use it, because on that 90 million liters, you pay subsidy for every liter. And is that true? These are the things. How do you verify those volumes? How do you verify them? You have to put in a system to do this. We have to use technology now to start checkmating leakages. A lot of leakages within the system that the masses are suffering from it. It is just crazy, one man. It is crazy. So I don't buy that concept that the subsidy should be removed. But at least to bring it to perspective, that's why I quoted foreign, how people outside Nigeria to buy their fuel and how expensive it is. But the thing is that it has to be commensurate to our labor, to our wages within the country. So they should just forget about removal. They should look for other measures. I believe there are other ways we can solve that problem. Repair refineries, not just spend the money, repair it with what should be repaired. Not that we just inflate figures on every damn thing. You inflate figures in biro buying, you inflate figures in pencil, you inflate figures in transport. Everybody just wants to just take their own and ground the country. And look, you remember what Abishi said. I don't want to just forget that it is in Abuja we just only share money. It is crazy. We should just wake up to that fact. That it's not that we lack money. It's just that we have leaders who are greedy, who don't care about the people, who just want to ruin everything. That is it.
All right, brilliant. Just as an aside, Emiloko, what was it like? Is South Africa what we read in the papers, that the sort of experiences that Nigerians are having there? Are they aggressive towards Nigerians in the way that all this xenophobia and whatnot?
Yeah. There's a level of xenophobia there, but the thing is, the average Nigerian too is kind of, you have this exaggerated opinion about yourself. You're proud. You are too confident, and let me say overconfident. Sometimes you get a point. So, and they do some do a lot of shady deals. And of course, apart from that, they are hustlers. The average Nigerian is an hustler. So you maybe some people take over the jobs of some other persons. All these little things that breed veil and anger within them, bitterness and all those things. So that's just it there. Of course, but if you don't pass your boundary one way or the other, you manage yourself, I think you can limit such experiences. You get the point? But the average Nigerian, they always want to show that it's Nigerian everywhere, and that's the problem. You get the point. So, but for me, I've not experienced xenophobia because I mind my business. I do my own research. I do my own things myself. So I respect everybody I need to respect, and I don't. You get the point. So if you live by the rule, I think one way or the other you'll be protected to a certain level. So.
And what about the crime there? Because I hear that it's a really high.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
And they're quite violent as well, the crimes. Very violent.
The crimes, and that is part of the things, because one way or the other, if it is their own people that make the crime, there's no way they can really prosecute them. You get the point. So if you're a foreigner, you just have to really, really calculate yourself. There are some places in Joburg, for instance, you just can't walk anyhow in the afternoon. You rather walk in groups, otherwise you'll be mobbed. And not just some. If you drag too much with them, except if you have Ayeta like in the Yoruba, Ayeta or Kigbe, all those kids. Otherwise, that person is just gone. So, and that is Kubai, as they say, it's only you get the point. So the thing is that it is crazy. So you just have to know how to, you have to know where to walk, where to go get your stuff, and just know. You just don't go into the normal rough suburbs anyhow, because they even know if the way you walk, they know that this person is new in this place, and before you know, you see the way they plan. Somebody will stay somewhere, another person will follow you through. You won't even know that they are the target, and from there, in seconds, they just get everything and then they leave. So it is crazy. It is crazy, and that's one of the challenges. But insecurities, all those things.
And there's a drug and alcohol problem in that space, isn't there? Drugs and alcohol.
Well.
Mboboti.
There's that as well. But I've not really seen that. I've only just heard.
What does it taste like, that mboboti?
I don't know mboboti, woman. I don't really do all those. If I want to get wine for myself, I just go to the liquor store, get wine, and then go back to my home and enjoy it with my family. So I don't really interfere in those kind of things, to let alone have discussions, where you can just be noticed and you begin to become targets. So I avoid those places.
What's the relationship like between the indigenous population and the white population?
Well, on the surface level, everybody tends to be friendly, and yet everybody tends to mind their own business. But I know when it gets to those kind of times, there will always be, there are some places, it is the white that own those places, and you see the organization, you see you see nature there, you see that the environment will speak calmness to you. You get the point. The beautiful, the serene environment, and there will be the other place you just see. It might just be you just see the exact opposite. These are black sections of the country, and so it's. But on if you walk one way or the other, there's a way you can mix. But I don't know if there's a kind of glass ceiling for blacks. You get the point, and so but it is part of the whole thing, you know. This has been the appetite system has been, and it's just they are trying to overcome it, and they are doing their best. So there will always be some cracks here and there, and that is what will happen. But gradually, there will still be a level of equilibrium somewhere or the other. You get so.
What is the narrative of that Julius Malema? Is he projected to be the president? Is he?
You know, he's. I see him as a realistic person. You get the point. He is realistic in his opinion, and he's also quite critical of the government whenever the government tends to behave unruly towards the citizens. So with that, he tends to get the praise of the people. But even at that too, there'll be sometimes I need to get criticized to get the point. So, but on the average, I think people like him. And
is he projected to be the president? Is he on his way to the
I don't know, but to my own opinion, I don't think so. I think he's going to really refine himself to get to that point. Yeah, because
it's too sure to be president.
Yeah, that's a very perfect example, example like that of it. So he has to really refine himself to carry himself in that presidential way. But otherwise, I think he plays that role well where he's doing now, and maybe that way he can really do the best job.
All right, taking back to Nigerian politics, the same fate proposal to ban it in law. What are your thoughts on that space?
Oh man, somebody the other time was saying that I think it was OVA. He was saying we have to define our own way of democracy. So far that we see it as a means of government that should benefit everybody, and that's what we have adopted. And I think this is one of the ways to define our democracy. Everywhere else in the world, we might say religion doesn't matter. You get the point. But in Nigeria, as at this present time and season, religion is critical because it is part of us. We are religious. So we have to put it in our democracy. So if it means they should raise a law, if it means the act should be considered in the Senate and the House of Representatives, it's fine and good, because that is who we are at the moment. Otherwise, if we just let this thing slide, the minority will continue to remain in that minority. And when you talk of equity simply means that those who can't see what you're seeing, you give them, maybe they are not as tall as you, then you give them stool. That doesn't mean that everybody must have the stool. Some people will need the stool so that you can both see, you can all see the same thing. So we need to help some people come up as well. And that is what the Senate should be there for, to make sure that everybody enjoys that level of unity, that level of oneness, and they can count themselves as part of the single system that we are portraying to the rest of the world. So if it means that for every person, if we are a Christian, then try to find the other person who is a Muslim, it's part of it. You always find an excellent person in every religion. And of course, as some other persons, they're trying to find the other time that what if you are neither Christian nor Muslim? Of course, then you still pick. You pick somebody that is just basically opposite you, that they won't say you are trying to take over the whole system, to rule over the whole system. You get the point? So that is it. So it is necessary, because this is who we are. This is part of our definition as Nigerian people for now. Maybe in the next 20 years, the law may become obsolete, all fine and good. But as at this present time, it is necessary that they make such statement, because I can guarantee that we can take advantage. You know the average Nigerian politician can take advantage of that every time. So we need to manage that space properly and make sure that one way or the other, there is a kind of fair representation of everyone in the in the country. So that is it. So it's a good call for me.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So for time, let's go on from you, Mloko, to let's go to Joel of Nashville to see if it's there. Joel, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready.
So there he is, Joel of Nashville, one like no other. So Joel of Nashville, to this space, without subsidy, petrol will cost 462 naira per liter. So your thoughts on that? Are you just getting home?
No, I'm at work.
Oh, yeah.
Morning, afternoon, evening, everywhere you may be. Like, share, subscribe. Good to be on the show. It's been a rough one. It's been a rough 2 weeks for me because of what I told you guys I'm passing through. But I think we have talked about the issue of subsidy.
How is mom, by the way?
They're doing good. They're doing good. Both of them are doing good. Pain are subsiding. Inflammation, everything is going down. So
brilliant.
Now, I have said this before, and I'm going to repeat it again. And the more this kind of issue comes up, the more I get so endeared to the candidacy of Peter Obi. Whenever you ask a man that has been through ups and downs when it comes to building a business or in the course of his life, whenever you ask them questions, they tend to give you answers that are, braining. They don't always go with a yes or no answer. They always try to, call themselves some slide, give themselves some window, to wiggle and all that. Why do I say this? He said something about when we're talking about the subsidy issue, and they asked him yes or no. He said it's not going to be a yes or no answer. Let us know how much we are consuming. Over here, a gallon is about 4 liters. I buy at about, on the average, $4. So it means that roughly I get gas for like maybe 500 naira, 600 naira a liter. Oh, I say the dollar rate now is about 700. Okay, say 700 naira a liter. I get it. But the thing there is that when I go to work, what I'm being paid covers that comfortably. The minimum wage, even at minimum wage, you can still get gas. What's our minimum wage in Nigeria? So any government that will come to put in hardship on the people, I will always not be for that government. And that's the reason why I wouldn't want the subsidy to go all off, because I know that we do not consume 90 million liters. Is it a day or a year? A day. We don't do that. Even if we consume that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, do we consume it also on Saturday and Sunday when everybody is at home at church? So there is no truth in the subsidy thing. I would say take off subsidy gradually. As time goes on, we have to take it off. It has to be determined by market factors, not by somebody sitting there in the office, because it brings corruption. So we're not going to go with that. I believe we can be smarter with it. My own opinion, I said earlier on, give a state, give since we waste about 18 billion a day, take away 36 days, or if for Lagos, give them about 3-4 days, take away 40 days worth of the money. Give a state about 18 billion. Give it to Imo, Anambra, give them, each of them 18 billion. When it comes to Lagos, give them about 60 billion. Augment your citizens. And use the other ones for capital projects. If the people are able to afford it, I don't think that they will really, really care. At the time, we'll get to a place where market forces will determine issues. Demand and supply will have its way. But before that, let the people be able to have a say in how they are being ruled, in how this money is being affecting them. So that's my point, Mr. Woman. I just believe that it should be really, really reviewed. Not really taken away now. In future, yes. But for now, we all know that Nigeria needs a first subsidy. But if we are subsidizing like 3-4 billion, what is there? It's okay. It's a sacrifice we pay. As time goes on, if we start productivity very, very well, taking it off, gradually, until we take it all off. While we make sure that especially the minimum wage is up. We know that Nigerians are employed. Nigerians are eating. So my woman, that's my point about that.
All right, brilliant, well put. And to the same fate ticket, the proposal to make it against the law. So it's going through Parliament at the moment, being championed by Smart Adeyemi, that for the future, after 2023, no presidential ticket must carry the same faith. So this Muslim ticket, the backlash against it is something that the federal space is looking to address. Are you in favor of this law that they are proposing?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. We have not grown to the level where we say we do not mind religion. I was listening to Thomas and he was talking about, I don't know what he was talking about how it was affecting Tinubu. That's so trivial, so pedestrian. We are talking about equity and justice. And by the way, who made this religion of a big issue? It's the Muslim North. There was nothing we weren't told prior to 2014. We were told many things. Buhari wasn't, and what he will be, and the reason why we must. They used not. I know that Baba Ahmed was on, and I said that power must come to the north. The lives of Dino, Saraki, Amici, all of them. Why did they leave PDP? They left for the same reason. They wanted to have somebody that they would support because they felt it was the time of the North. People like Amici betrayed his brother because he felt that when the time comes, he thought that by telling Buhari, that they were going to give him the presidency. No, it doesn't work that way. At the end of the day, Tinubu came in and showed you who the boss is. Now he's crying like a whooping dog. We must look at the issue of equity and justice when it comes to the project called Nigeria. When we get past, we are going to get past this level. By the time most of this Obasanjo, maybe people that are from 65, when most of them are gone, we know that about, say, roughly, we might have like 10%, 20% of those that actually saw the civil war living with us, because it plays a very big part, especially for some of us too, that experienced the military regime. Some of the way we talk here, sometimes because we were defeated by the military. We were ruled at one point by the military, the North as well. So they have been in there for too long, and that we think that, oh, that the North is this, the North is that. So psychologically, we are almost done. So what I'm saying now is that religion is important for now to create that balance, so that we don't plunge ourselves into an unnecessary war or unnecessary wrangling. I still stand by it. I'm not going to say Tinubu should be stopped because of Muslim tickets. And I do not think that even if this law passes, that is going to affect Tinubu in any way. And if it does, I'm going to be against it. Because it means that it has some political undertone. But now there's a clarification that it's going to be after 2023, then I agree. Let us stand by that way because Nigeria is not yet right. And that is all I have to say to that, Mr. Woman.
All right, brilliant. So as I've become a Mister today, thank you, Mr. Joel of Nashville. So Mr. Joel of Nashville, let me take you to the international space. India overtakes the United Kingdom as now world's 5th largest economy. So are we looking on this with envy?
No. I'm just looking at our stupidity.
Is that not our sport? That's our sport now.
No. It's a 5th spot in terms of what? Biggest economy.
The world's largest economy.
Why should I feel bad? We are not doing the right thing. You know why? When you say stuff like Yoruba Lokon, our mentality is messed up. We don't think in that country. We see it every day. When you have an entitlement mentality, you cannot create a great nation. When you have a country that is insecure, you cannot create a great nation. When you have a population of a major of your population out there committing fraud, you cannot build a nation like India. India are producing. I think Peter Obi had to bring it down to the kindergarten level to teach you guys what you don't have. Every day we keep talking the same thing. Before now it was I'll build road for you, I'll build bridges. Peter Obi is telling you consumption to what? Production. People say, oh, it's consumption to production. What do you want to know? It is what's happening in India. It's what's happening in China. Even in the United States here, Walmart, if you go to Walmart, the biggest supermarket store that we have here, 85% to 90% of what they sell there comes from China. So when we look at life, we have to ask ourselves the pertinent question. It's not that they're even more endowed than us. We can do what India is doing, but we are still tied to where we come from, to so much sentiment, to so much stupidity. In fact, we lack common sense. For the fact that we have people like, even I wouldn't even say that their ages are even the issue. But when you look at the people around them, when you look at the people around Tinubu, people around Atiku, what do you think they will offer you? It is the same people. These are career politicians. They have nothing upstairs. We do not care if we give a Buhari a governor so that we can be governor, we can be president. Buhari, please go there. Even though you are illiterate, what we are going through now, we saw it under Buhari. We know that it was coming. But many of us shut up because of what? So that it will be our turn. Now it is our own turn. It is our turn. Now we are not sure. If we play the card very right, good. If we do not play it, Atiku will be the president. Probably when he goes there, he will do right. Who knows? It is despicable. It is painful. Very painful. Because you see, if you are 40, I said it last time, if you are 40 and above, you are, in fact, you are not close to the wasted generation. You are a wasted generation. Because the people teaching us what to do and how to do it are the Sorosokes. And the Sorosokes are between 18 and 85. It is a disgrace. Look at where China, in 1991, India was nowhere. 1991. India was nowhere. 30 years ago, China was nowhere. It took only a leader. Only a leader that came and said, you know what? We have to change this thing around. So what is the problem? India is there, but they know what is going on. The BRICS will come in, and South Africa will soon surpass us. Egypt, they will soon surpass us. Ghana will surpass us. And we are there talking about whose son is it in Nigeria? Ah, Nigeria. Ah, with all these blessings that we have. Ah,
all right.
It's painful.
Don't worry. We share your frustration, Joel. We share the frustration, if not the sentiment. We share the sentiments and the frustration. Actually,
no. One man, you do not.
How so?
You do not.
No, okay.
People like you and Thomas ought to, if it were those days when we used to do. I don't want to use, when we used to do slavery, we will sell you guys out. Because you are the kind of people that kept us where we are.
How so?
I mean, because of your utterances. It does not look like, that we want to move away from these guys that have kept us where we are.
No, we just don't agree on the solution now.
No. You see, even if you're offering me a solution, you offer me a solution that is logical. Not painted on sentiment, not painted on tribe, not painted on trivial issues. That is why we cannot be India. Look at us, Yorubas and Igbos. What is India doing that we cannot do? What is India doing that we cannot do?
We are better than the Indians anyway. We are.
What are they doing? I had them as classmates. I whoop their asses. If you stop by, talk too much. What are they doing? But look at all. That's why sometimes, when I come out as a black man, I come out and I go and I look. I say, why is it that everywhere that is really not good in the society? That is where. Look at we talk to Emiloko. Emiloko is telling you that whenever the whites are, it's like this. Whenever the blacks are, it's like this. My brother, it is not only for that your place. Even for here, it's the same thing. In fact, there is some environment the blacks will come in. The value of the whole place will go down. Why? Because that drama will always come there. If the drama does not come, if the drama of violence does not come, the drama of sentiment will come. Where somebody will look at you and you say, oh, because he look at you, oh, the person is racist. Things that are not. Things that can advance us as black folks. But one more, I do not want to take much of your time because sometimes when I hear things, when I hear people, it's just like the other day.
I want to really push for the time, so that interjection.
Yeah. So let me just finish before I take your question, okay? I was talking. There was this lady from Ghana. I worked with her, so she traveled and she came back. She always liked to, you know our thing with Ghana people. She just came back and she just told me, "Hey, I heard. I did not know even, and the Delta Airlines are going to stop flying Nigeria." I said, "Oh, for real?" He said, yes. So I was like, "Anyway, they're going to say." He said, "Oh, please don't attack the messenger. Attack the message." I said, "I'm not even attacking you. I'm just saying that they're going to, take it. Why should a Ghanaian talk to me that way? It's our leaders. Sometimes it's like I should just draw people like Buhari and give them. I think they need factory resetting slabs to take us out of this doldrum that we are in. But unfortunately, you can only give what you have. Buhari does not have it. These people that we have parading themselves in different political parties, they don't have it. But yet, with these people, young folks like us, that ought to know better, is supporting these people. Please go on with your question.
Yeah.
It's not even a question, it's also a contribution because I didn't really talk about this particular topic, but still, because it's crazy. But one thing with the Indians we need to respect is that they are really tenacious, and one way or the other, I don't know, maybe it's their culture. There's this tendency for hard work. They go all the length, and they don't care if they've gotten to a level, they still push forward. If you look at top 10 companies in the world, their CEOs, I can guarantee 9 of them are Indians right now. And they are developing themselves. There's this help. You see the way they drag themselves to success. If one gets successful, he builds up on it and he drags others to come to that success. You see, it is, I don't know. I think we have problems as blacks, number one. I think maybe the black skin is one way or the other caused. Secondly, I don't know if we can bring in traditional assessments to our government. It shouldn't just be, I'm a Christian, God has mercy on me. But it shouldn't just be the Bible and Quran alone. We need something like an actual.
I agree.
You know what I think the issue is, Emelokon? I think our trajectory has been broken. Our evolution was broken. And you also have to think that for a period of nearly 300 years, the brightest, the fittest, the most agile, and the most useful, they were ripped out of our space. And I think we are uniquely the people that suffered that experience. Because if you look at those Indian spaces, what they had was an indirect rule sort of a system. So they had oversight of this place, but they didn't break their civilization in the way they broke our civilization. And our civilization has not recovered since that period. That's just my thought. Yeah.
And woman, you see, that's the problem, because if you look at the whites, who don't have broken our civilization, if our people, if our leaders don't really have that greed in them. Imagine a king in a particular area that they say, oh, give us 10 and we give you a glass, a mirror. And he will gladly say, oh, pack some rubbish 10. We don't, there's this is who we are. And that's why we are repeating it.
All right. Fourth time, let Joe round up.
One man. Let me just round up real quick, right? Let me just round up real quick. Emelokon, I wish I could have many answers to this question that you just put or your contribution, but it is who we are as black folks. Look, let me tell you, anywhere you go, even when people were talking about Obama, if you come and Obama did nothing. It's something about us. One man, look, I keep telling people here that the white man dug us into a hole. But we took the shovel from the white man and started digging ourselves into the hole. Do not ever think that your civilization was broken and that is the reason why you are not doing good. If you have the right leaders, they are not the ones that tell us to go and be flying a private jet in Nigeria. They are not the ones that is telling us to go and steal. If we manage the one that we have as Nigerians, we are better off. We can be far better off. Thomas, are you there? Hello, Thomas. Okay, I think he may have. Is anyone there? Is anyone hearing me?
No, I'm here. I am. But don't open up a conversation with Thomas.
No. I just want to sign up. So I just want to tell Thomas something. Hey, Thomas.
Yes, please.
Did you see what happened in Oyo State? Or you still need some more? Because we went to your local government. Did they tell you
how many people are there?
Well, no. I just talk now because what we did was awareness. It is not campaign; it's awareness. So now I'm just saying. So your people in your village now know who OB is, right?
Yes. No, I saw you. I saw the video.
Thank God. That's all I want to know. Thank you, one man. We are heading somewhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joel. So from Joel, let's go on to RB, who hopefully is still there. RB, are you still there? All right, thank you. So let's go on from RB to HO.
Another person, woman.
All right, brilliant. So RB to the space then, the fuel subsidy space. They says without the subsidy, it will be costing 462 per liter. So your commentaries on the space. Okay, let's go on to HO because I really went deep hours and I can't really. So HO to you.
Yeah, I think When it comes to the fuel subsidy, I'm of the opinion it should be removed, but on an agreement that the money for the fuel subsidy will be channeled into things that matters to Nigeria. For example, our education. Our education. Reasonable, accountable infrastructure, not the feeding program that they are spending billions of naira in, and we cannot really account for it. And that also boils back to us to have a real leader who is competent, who is patriotic, who is ready to fight corruption and be able to do things right. But if we don't have that, we don't have any other option than to remain where we are today. And as long as we remain where we are, there's no room for development, and the future of Nigeria is frightening.
All right, thank you. And to the same faith presidential ticket space, they are looking to institute a law to bar it. Is this something you would approve of, HO?
Yes, I will say yes, because I know there is no way the Muslim or the Northerner will ever accept Christian ticket anytime, any day when it comes to the presidential race. So if they will not allow Christian in future, then there's no need for us to also accept Muslim ticket. So the earlier they put a law down that will back this, the better for every one of us.
All right, brilliant. And India, imagine as the 5th largest economy in the world, in that independent space, a lot of the anticipation that it was the Africans that were meant to break through first, but we continue to spiral into the abyss as the Asian tigers continue to surge forward. So do you look onto that with envy, India evolving fast as Nigeria continues to dissipate?
Well, that is why it's so painful. As a Nigerian, as an African, it's so painful because we have more than enough to be where the India are today, or more than where they are today in terms of the economy. But because of our bad leadership and our corrupt mentality and the kind of mindset they have created for the young generation, we are where we are today. When you even look at our young ones, the youth, that they've not even gone to school of IT, but they have been able to learn the art of hacking, and they use it in a negative way. And this is another set of people that, if given the opportunity, if utilized and bring together, they could be guru in the IT sector, and they would have been able to develop made in Nigeria smartphone today, made in Nigeria computer. And because we do not have leadership that think about this young generation, they are using those knowledge, those ability and skill in a negative way. When we think of in the area of agriculture, when we think in the area of our natural resources that we are not using to develop ourselves, it breaks heart. For years, how can we even say we produce crude oil, but we cannot refine it in our country? Is it not heartbreaking? And yet, years upon years, we have leaders that still continue not to see the need to get a refinery working. They don't see the need to give license to those who will be able to build refinery and be able to refine this thing. That is where we are coming with this oil subsidies that has become a pain in our neck today. I just pray in 2023 we'll get it right. If we don't, I don't know.
All right, thank you, H.O. So thank you, H.O. So lady and gentlemen, we're in deep hours now. So I want to seek to start to round off to land on Thomas. So we kick off the closing remarks with Emilokon. So Emilokon, just a short summary. Please be brief with the closing remarks, and then we seek to round out. So Emilokon, you are first.
Just go to somebody else, okay?
All right. From Emilokon, let's go to Joel. Joel, you are up next.
Yes, it's been a good one. I didn't really follow. I was going to work, so I had to sleep, but it's okay. Thank you for accepting me as late as I came in, as late as it was when I came in. We need to build a country, and that country that we must be built on equity, fairness, and justice. If we do have this thing as our core, and we prosecute everyone that has failed the law, and we prosper those that want to prosper, if we build a country where everyone will be proud of, I believe that the sky will be our starting point. Whatever the Indians are, Chinese are, the US are today, I don't feel threatened about it. I believe that if we have a driver that can drive us to our main destination, we know where we are going to, I believe that we will overtake these people, because one, we have the weather, we have the natural resources, and we have the most important, the human resources. So when I hear people like Remi Tinubu talking about chasing the Igbos away from Lagos State, that is not the kind of country that can metamorphose into a country like India, China. So as we are doing this, we should be calling our people to order. When we see stuff, because I remember when we were talking about the Muslim ticket, they told us that Remi Tinubu was a pastor. But in that same statement, in that same video that she made, she was talking about going to Orishe at the traditionalists and all that. That is the country we are living in. We live in a country of hypocrites. If I had my way, I would say that we swear to our deities instead of the Bible, especially when you go into government. You swear to our deities instead of the Bible and the Quran. Thank you, one man. I don't know if you're going to be up in the morning tomorrow. I may join. If I don't, then probably in the evening tomorrow. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So a real delight, always a delight. One of the crowd's favorites, Joel of Nashville. So thank you, Joel. We go on from Joel to the progressive, who I suspect may have left us already. Are you there, the progressives? All right, thank you. Thank you for your company today. We go on from the progressive to HO. So HO, closing remarks.
Yeah, I think I'm of the opinion that it is high time we make up our mind to become a progressive nation instead of this situation we find ourselves. And the earlier we choose the right leader, the better for us. And I think I'm of the opinion of supporting Joel that maybe we need to really go back to our tradition to swear people into office, because that is what they seem to fear. They neither fear the Quran nor the Bible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joel. Join us more often, because people delight anytime they hear from you. So that's HO, who I'm sure you know, because she's been here a couple of times before. So from HO, in the absence of the mighty one, the final word, Thomas Yoruba Lokon. Thomas Yoruba Lokon. But yeah, you're up next. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody that has show up in this session today. You're in the spirit of Ajale Koko. Your contribution has been meaningful, educative, then informative. But I don't know this obsessed with Tinubu about Emilokan. I think all the candidates coming out as well, they are saying it's their turn. I think some people don't know the meaning of Emilokan. Emilokan means it's my turn. All the supporters of Peter Obi, the Southeastern are saying it's their turn. So I don't see the difference. But this obsessed with Tinubu, Emilokan, that is still training everywhere, it doesn't make any sense to me. Because all the candidates coming out, they are saying it's their turn. The people following Peter Obi from the Southeast, they say Southeast is their turn. So what's the difference? So I hope everybody will vote for their candidate. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. One man, thank you so much for having all of us. May God bless you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. May God bless you too. So that's Thomas in the absence of Ajan Lekoko stepping into the bridge. So thank you, Thomas, and thank you one and all. Thank you everyone for your company. A real delightful session today. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope we kept your attention as well. So thank you one and all. The usual protocol, if you're still here at this time of the session, then that makes that you are somewhat an OG. So let that reflect in the like button. Let that reflect in the like numbers. So click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Whether you're an obedient or a disobedient, just click on the like button anyway. And in a swift motion, click on the subscribe button as well. If you're not already subscribed, if the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, correct that by turning it gray. Haven't done both, then come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.